Hi, everybody. How's it going? Another beautiful Frederica Friday is upon us. Episode 5. What an episode. And I know I left you guys on a little bit of a steep cliff last time. Hanging from that cliff, as a matter of fact. But at least, unlike a certain servant and a certain baby, you held on. And now you're here. We will be picking up with the introduction of a character that a lot of people have been waiting for a while. Dlanor A. Knox. You may have heard of her. If you haven't before, you're definitely going to know a lot about her before the end of this one. There's actually a certain line in the original Japanese voice acting for her that I'm going to try to let play in its original language once we get to it, because even though I would like to try to perform it myself, you just need to be able to hear it. You just need to hear what it sounds like. There's no other way. But before we can get to that, we have to get back into the fray. Natsuhi's having a bit of a tough time with the whole Kinzo in the office thing, in the study thing, rather. Let's see if we can find out a way to resolve this without tripping up all of the landmines we've set for ourselves.
Pleased to meet you. Dlanor A. Knox is my name.
Even though the atmosphere in this space could be cut with a knife, she introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it.
This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard all the rumors. Therefore, this truly doesn't feel like a first meeting. The same goes for me, Miss Beatrice. Eisenjungfrau has a detailed file on you, 600 pages long.
Eisenjungfrau, one of the repentance enforcement agencies supervised by the Great Court of Heaven. Its area of jurisdiction is the 7th District headed up by first-class Archbishop Dlanor. It is made up of 7 inquisitors and several assistant inquisitors. The unit is tasked with performing heresy interrogations, carrying out executions, and sometimes bestowing redemption. However, in almost all cases, the Great Court of Heaven considers sending them only after a preliminary interrogation has been conducted and a provisional guilty verdict obtained, so they are no different than an execution squad in practice. Their spectacular achievements are great in number, and they are extremely well known even among the other agencies. Other famous enforcement agencies include the SSVD of the 8th District. It is rumored that the group's leader, Wizard Hunting Right, also known as the 20 Wedges, is even more powerful than Dlanor. And Vera, thank you for becoming a channel member.
I always look over those, so this doesn't feel like a first meeting to me either. The Secretary of Hell could summarize those 600 pages in a mere 6 letters. Allow me to ask.
Danger.
That's a good summary. When I get back, out of respect for you, I will close your file with an additional 2 letters, for a total of 8. Executed. So I'm cute now. Flattery will get you nowhere, my guest.
Alright, back again with the $2. Happy Frederica Friday, SSVD supremacy. Oh, well, we'll talk about wizard hunting rights soon enough.
Then let us continue. Miss Beatrice, I, Chief Inquisitor Dlanor, do humbly accept my role as your opponent. I've already completed my first move. If you can't remove the blue wedge from that Furido Erica over there, then you might as well trudge back up to heaven and get back to your usual boring job of stamping things. Take care of this wedge or whatever it is, please. Beatrice-san seems to think that this is all it takes to achieve checkmate.
After making a show of tapping the blue wedge that pierced her with her finger, Erica shrugged as though taunting Beatrice.
Beatrice... It's all right. I'm just going to toy with her for a bit. After all, if things get bad, I can take Kinzo's ghost and flee from here whenever I want. I can leave this room at any time and go anywhere. That is useless. Oh? Encountering me is equivalent to your demise. There will be no escape. No one can evade me. As you say, there's always the possibility that Father bolted awake and went off somewhere. But you know what? I can state for certain that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why? Of course I don't. Are you saying that you stood outside this door all night, watching to make sure the head didn't take a step outside? Yes, someone was watching. This little guy right here. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that entering or exiting through this door is impossible. Guards, you are hereby ordered to blockade the study door. The doors to heaven opened with a strong, unrelenting radiance like the sun's, and Dlanor's subordinates appeared. Their words were clad in red truth, and cut off the witch's method of escape.
Chester 410 right here.
Chester 45 right here. It has been some time, Great Lady Beatrice. We were dispatched in accordance with Alliance Agreement 1516 and a request from the Great Court of Heaven. We apologize for the rudeness that is to follow.
We formed a precision blockade on the study door, Nya. I think it's best if you stay away from the door, Nya.
For your attention, I further inform you of the following. From last night at 23 hours until the present time, the study door was not opened even once. What is that scrap of paper? It's a completely ordinary receipt. But even so, this mere scrap of paper proves that you lied.
Last night, when you came out of the study, Ava saw her chance and wedged a receipt into the crack of the door to the study. And that fell down just now when Rudolph Kuhn opened the door for us.
Know what that means? In other words, from 11 p.m. last night until now, it's impossible that Father could have opened this door.
What'd you say?
Rudolph, the window was locked, right?
Yeah, that's why I smashed the glass.
The other windows are all locked as well. They can't be locked from the outside by construction. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that the windows were all locked. Guards, blockade all of the windows. In the name of Eisern Jungfrau, the Imperial Guard is hereby permitted to make use of forbidden weapons. Understood, ma'am. All units, clearance granted for use of forbidden weapon. Red warheads. Transmit activation code.
Nya? The password doesn't work, Nya.
410, turn caps lock off and try again. Chester troops, precision blockade for study door and all windows complete. The Great Lady Beatrice is hereby warned that if anything is caught passing through these, physically, conceptually, or by any other method, we will fire without warning. Data link from four Archangel satellites. Homing format, verdict model conceptual guidance.
And on top of that, we've got red warheads, Nya. Impossible to shoot down, impossible to avoid, impossible to survive when hit. I'd smash even Lady Beatrice into little bits, Nya.
The Chester troops had laid down a pinpoint blockade over the door and all of the windows. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these.
My. I should be doing the welcoming, but it seems I'm the one being welcomed. And a courtesy call with the Chester sisters in tow, no less. For your attention, I beg to inform you that your paths of retreat have been severed. Supervisor Dlanor, let us now remove the sin and purify. Your work is appreciated, Miss Beatrice. I have had your paths of retreat terminated. You cannot leave through the door, nor can you leave through the windows. You will find that escape is now impossible. You think you have me trapped with this alone?
The Inquisitor in Heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. I think it just gave us a little update, perhaps? Okay, yes, we have the character menu here for these two. Gertrude, a member of Eisern Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Senior Assistant Inquisitor ranked Minister, First Class. As an Assistant Inquisitor, she is tasked with aiding during interrogations and hearings. In practice, execution ends up being the primary focus of most missions, and so she is usually assigned the job of using barriers to block the target's means of escape. On duty, she is calm, flawless, expressionless, and emotionless. However, in truth, she is quite compassionate and is loved by many of her juniors. She has already passed the exam to become a full Inquisitor and was offered a position in a different district, but she refused. She continued to serve alongside Blanor, to whom she owes a great debt, waiting for a reassignment under her. Therefore, though she is an assistant, she is treated as an Inquisitor, Archbishop 3rd class. Heartbolt for $5. Nobody expects the Eisern Jungfrau Inquisition. Oh, yes, a classic, a classic. And this one is Cornelia. A member of Eisern Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Assistant Inquisitor ranked Minister 3rd class. She has obtained high grades in academic exercises, but this is her first time on the job. She possesses a strong sense of justice and is currently cramming for exams to become an Inquisitor like Blanor. Her current goal is to become more like the veteran assistant Gertrude. She actually has a zealous personality, but she pretends to be emotionless in imitation of Gertrude. She is too innocent and pure for one connected to heresy hearings, and she knows nothing of the dirty jobs and dark side of the profession. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission, which stinks of Senate conspiracy. She did this to give Cornelia a chance to ask herself whether this sort of job really is the right one for her. The subordinates used a powerful barrier to cut off Beato's methods of escape. Demons prefer to fight, and as a result, they sometimes allow their victims to escape. However, angels prefer to block off passages of escape, and as a result, they eradicate their targets without fail.
In other words, from the time you claim you bid him goodnight yesterday, until the time Rudolph opened the door, this study was a perfectly locked room.
In that case, Father's gotta be here. But we haven't seen hide nor hair of him. Come on, what the hell's going on?
I keep telling you to calm yourself. The thought that I, Beatrice, could be imprisoned merely because the doors and windows are closed is simply laughable. Kinzo, I was planning on playing around, but it seems our guest has no such intentions. Let us withdraw before we overstay our welcome.
I would not hesitate to give up this life of mine, but for Natsumi's sake, I cannot die yet.
Beato waved her pipe, and the air was split vertically. Then, a pitch-black gate appeared there and slowly opened. It was a warp portal, the same as the pitch-black holes the Gap used.
In my file, it should have said this. She is an elusive phantom, appearing and disappearing wherever she desires. As long as Kinzo has me, it will be impossible to capture him.
The pitch-black gate opened. That gate led from everywhere into nowhere. Both Beato and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them. A place where no one could set foot, much less chase after them.
This is the study of the Ushiramiya family head, and it is also a room that Father had a direct hand in designing. Don't you agree that there would be nothing strange about him having some mechanism for getting outside without using the door?
Yes, of course. There would be nothing strange at all about the Master having a hidden door.
A hidden door? Really? And where would we find one of those?
It's a hidden door, so nobody knows. There are several mechanisms and hidden doors in this mansion that only Father knows of. No one has seen them firsthand, but all of the people of this mansion know of them in concept, correct?
Yes.
It's true that there always have been rumors about hidden passages only the Master knows of.
That's the sort of trick that Kinzo-san would love.
And they are hidden doors, after all. No matter how much people such as ourselves might search, it's only natural that we won't find them.
I see. It's a devil's proof. You're saying we can't eliminate the possibility that a hidden door exists in this room.
That's nonsense. It's all made up. How dare you stoop to this just because your lie about concealing Father's death is about to be revealed?
Darn right. Just where in this study is there a hidden door? Go on, try proving it exists.
No proof is required. It's a devil's proof. The existence of a hidden door is impossible to discover or disprove. Therefore, no one can eliminate the possibility that Kinzo escaped from this study through a hidden door.
I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room.
Beato's blue wedge, which had been fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Dlanor's longsword, and the pitch-black gate was crushed as well. And it wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. From that moment onward, the warp portal which conceptualized hidden doors had been destroyed forever.
How can someone like you who is neither the owner of the study nor the game master, used the red truth. And what was that? What do you mean you will not allow hidden doors to exist?
It's because that's what defines a mystery. Noxus Third. It's forbidden for hidden passages to exist. You can't have any hidden doors in the mystery genre. I'm terribly sorry. In this world, gods other than our god do not exist, and hidden doors do not exist. They must not exist. We will not allow them to exist. They are a blasphemy.
Arrogance enough to shock a witch. How delightfully preposterous.
Here it comes, the 10 wedges to pierce witches. Just like usual, it's the kind of irrational argument that I just love to hear.
What a fool. The Devil's Proof might have been vague enough to let you escape from everything until now. But now that you're up against Glanor, that move won't work anymore, Beatrice.
As I thought, you're no different from any ordinary witch. I am disappointed.
Beato, it seems after all this is not an opponent who will allow us an early, easy escape.
Please do entertain me, Beatrice-san. You should at least serve some tea for your guests. It doesn't even matter if it's third rate. How did Kinzo-san escape from this locked room study? Educate me with your blue truth.
Very well. Make sure you don't regret it. It's possible that after slipping out the door, Kinzo noticed the trick with the receipt and correctly returned it to its original place.
That possibility has already been eliminated in red. After 23 hours, the door to the study was not opened even once.
Kinzo might have been a marvelous mage and inventor. He might have invented a concoction to turn his body to mist and slipped out through the keyhole.
No such substance exists. It must not exist.
Maybe he invented a teleportation device. That possibility is impossible to eliminate because of the Devil's Proof.
Such a machine does not exist. I will not permit it to exist.
Oh, so you can examine every chemical substance in the world? You can rule out the existence of unknown scientific devices? There's no way you can. It's a Devil's Proof. You cannot rule out their existence.
I will repeat. In the name of God, I will not permit such chemicals or devices to exist. From now on until the end of time, I will not permit them to exist.
Even in the future? So you think you can even deny the possible futures of the human race?
It's Noxus' fourth commandment. It's forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. The progression of humanity and the techniques and knowledge that the future might bring are for God to decide, and their existence has been declared forever denied. Therefore, from now until the end of time, I will not allow for such technology to exist. It is not permitted.
Beato and Glanor had just gone through a massive exchange of red and blue. However, not only had Glanor not taken any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beato might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins and she did breathe. She felt both pain and fatigue. But Glanor was like a doll made of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beato's sharp wedges had aimed right for Glanor's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. No, it was doubtful whether she ever even blinked in the first place.
Beatrice, hang in there.
I'd heard the rumors, but she really is the worst matchup for me. To think that dreams, hope, and even future possibilities are forbidden, the arrogance of the gods is overwhelming. I'd expect no less from a witch hunt executioner. It seems we'll never be able to drink together.
Even the strikes which had defeated Battler over and over had absolutely no effect on Glanor. She had expected that already, more or less. But she hadn't expected to be repelled so easily.
Quite a formidable opponent.
Oh my, so even the great goldsmith hasn't gotten old and decrepit. Hearing those words come out of your mouth is rarer than seeing two comets in the night sky.
I'm not decrepit, I'm already dead.
That's true. Sorry, but I won't let you be for just a little bit longer.
Beato experienced something she'd only rarely felt during her entire life. It was probably what we'd call hardship. As Natsuhi tried to comfort her, Beato quietly brushed aside her hand, and she regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride and her continued readiness to fight.
Is that all? There was no need for me to be present. I am disappointed.
I'm not done yet. I was just testing a few moves just now.
Rogue 123987 with the £2, Beato.
He teleported. I refuse to explain.
Beato brilliantly counterattacked by refusing to explain. Yes, of course.
I was only trying to measure your abilities.
It is foolish in the extreme. Know your place, Golden Witch. Lady Beatrice.
Beato's expression became tense once again. No longer was there any trace of mischief. The mood changed.
This time for playing is over. Here I go. In that case, I shall acknowledge that Kinzo did not enter or leave the study. Why don't I accept your locked room?
For your attention, I beg to inform you that Beatrice has changed her pattern of attack.
Beatrice, who had until then thoroughly resisted the idea that a locked room existed, did an about-face. She declared that she would accept that proposition. Of course, this didn't mean that she'd surrendered. This was a new attack of Beato's. Dlanor noticed this and readied herself.
What's going on? Why did Lady Beatrice acknowledge the locked room when she's trying to destroy it, Nya? She's probably going to claim that Kinzo existed outside of this room.
Reactivation of the Great Lady Beatrice's warp portal confirmed.
Natsuhi claims to have talked with Kinzo in the study, but she never said that she spoke with him face to face. Therefore, if Kinzo was in a location other than the study, there is no contradiction as long as they held a conversation.
After bouncing at an erratic angle, the witch's stake pierced the top of Dlanor's foot.
You sure are slow. Top of the foot, all mine.
Natsuhi used the internal phone line in the study to speak with Kinzo, who was in another place. There's nothing strange about Kinzo, who hates the relatives, predicting that they would enter his study and leaving to go elsewhere. He might have gone to the hidden mansion, Kuidorian.
The power of Beato's blue truth began to dwell in the stake of Asmodeus, piercing the top of Dlanor's foot, changing the stake into a blue wedge.
Not bad. That makes sense, Nya.
Blue truth. Valid.
A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up with Beato at its center. The magical power of the pitch-black gate that had been smashed was once again refilled. If she could hold Dlanor off here somehow, this time she would be able to warp Kinzo out of the study, all the way to Kuidorian. Dlanor moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue wedge out of her foot, but it didn't even budge. Of course, Beato didn't miss the chance. No witch would.
I have more, so prepare yourself. There's a chance that the Kinzo mentioned by Natsuhi does not refer to the person himself. The Kinzo spoken of by Natsuhi might have been another name for this room. Kinzo had taken refuge in Kuidorian and was impossible to contact. Perhaps Natsuhi called this room Father, and by contemplating inside of it, she felt as though she had received some sort of revelation from Kinzo.
We've stopped you from moving. You've already lost.
Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of Dlanor's neck. Of course, even this didn't cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further. Neon Roses with the $5. How are we defining obscure? For example, if the detective didn't know penicillin existed, would that count? I don't know that I would think that would be the case. I'm thinking, like, when they say, like, obscure, I would imagine this is, like, you're speaking in the realm of, like, something more theoretical than, like, actually concretely real at that point. Like, oh, it's possible that a medicine or chemical exists that could do this, that, or the other. But yeah, like, I would generally say, like, general public knowledge.
Interesting. Is that all?
You don't call it a full-course dinner if you stop at the soups and hors d'oeuvres. I'll hit you with the main dish and the dessert at once, so watch your stomach explode and die. Even if, as you say, this is a locked room and impossible to escape from, you can't deny the possibility that he is hiding in this room. I'm not talking about a hidden door. He might be under the bed or above the ceiling. He might be hiding in such a subtle blind spot that even a demon would not recognize it. Or it might be that Natsuhi, ordered by Kinzo to act as his proxy, considered herself both his representative and another Kinzo. In other words, it's possible that Natsuhi was also Kinzo. I've got plenty more. At 11 o'clock last night, Kinzo escaped out the window. Natsuhi watched him go, then locked the window. This doesn't lead to any problems. In fact, it might be the most beautiful blue truth yet. How's that, Glenore Knox? There are any number of ways to escape from this locked room.
Know your foolishness in trying to oppose my master. There's no need for you to argue back. Just suffer defeat here and sleep for all of eternity.
The seven sisters appeared from Beato's golden tornado, one after another, and they pierced Lanor with blue wedges. 4 blue wedges were buried into her neck, her chest, her gut, and her thigh. Including the one buried into the top of her foot, she had been pin-cushioned by 5 stakes.
Beatrice-sama! What about my turn?
I'll use you if I think of any more. Be quiet for now. How's that, Glanor the Witch Hunter? After skewering so many witches in the past and burning them at the stake, how does it feel to have the tables turned and be skewered by a witch?
They were all ridiculous arguments, but they came fiercely, one after another. Though a total of 5 wedges pierced Lanor, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, her movements had indeed been limited.
Oh? Witches sure are scary, Nya. You can't beat twisted logic, Nya. They don't violate the Nox Decalogue. They're all valid.
Well done, Beatrice. Even if there was no one in the study, and even if it was a locked room, that alone isn't enough to deny Father's existence.
Against a normal opponent, I'd think the matter's settled by now. But this is Glanor, Chief Inquisitor. This ruthless woman even killed her father when he violated the 10 Commandments. Kinzo, now!
Now that Glanor had been pinned down, this was their last chance to recover their magical power and escape. Once again, a pitch-black gate began to rise slowly in front of Beato and Kinzo. Though the gate had been opened by simply drawing in the air. It wasn't so easy in the study now, filled as it was with the power of denial.
Do you see now, everyone? No matter how much you question the state of this study, the truth of Father's good health remains unshakable. Oh, very bold words. I suggest that I suggest you don't forget that you and I are both also a part of this battle. I cannot fight against witches, but I can fight against you.
Erika grinned at Natsuhi with a smile more demonic than a real demon's.
Natsuhi-san, let me ask you again. Are you sure that last night you spoke with the Shiramiya Kinzo-san in this room?
Raivka with the $5. Cheers to me finally being caught up on the stream. So excited to be here, though teleporting to the past to catch up. I hope you have a great time. Thank you, and happy to have you. Welcome to yeah, exactly, like Digimaniac said, welcome to real-time streaming. Glad that people have been catching up to the series and joining us. It's been fun having more people come along for the ride.
Yes. I have said repeatedly that I reported the day's events to him and bid him good night.
This may be a strange thing to ask, but since it's needed to prove your innocence, please answer me straightforwardly. Is this Kinzo-san you speak of the same as Shiramiya Kinzo-san that we are all thinking of? It isn't a different person or a thing with the same name, is it?
I'm not really sure what you mean.
It's like this. You didn't, for instance, start calling this room itself Father after Father's death, right? That's what she's asking. You said you gave a report of the day's events to Father before bed, right? That doesn't mean that you were here alone, delivering your report directly to the wall of the study and addressing it as Father, does it?
How rude! Nothing of the sort happened! Father is Father! He's in good health! And I most certainly gave him a report and said goodnight to him in this room last night. I'm not trying to trick you or talk my way out of anything.
I see. In that case, can you repeat what I tell you to?
If you aren't tricking or deceiving us in any way, you should be able to repeat my words. Fine. I'll repeat whatever you want. Repetition requested. Ushiramiya Natsuhi, at 11 o'clock last night, spoke with Ushiramiya Kinzo in this room where he was also present. I, Ushiramiya Natsuhi, at 11 o'clock last night, spoke with Ushiramiya Kinzo in this room where he was also present. Good. Then I'll ask one last thing. Seriously now, Natsuhi-san. You didn't do anything such as throwing Kinzo-san out of the window after your conversation and locking the window behind him, I presume? Because everything still makes sense if you did. Why would I send father out through the window? This is intolerable! This mockery is intolerable! For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The Kinzo Natsuhi mentions refers to nothing other than Ushiramiya Kinzo. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Natsuhi claims that she was face-to-face with Kinzo in the study at 11 p.m.
Natsuhi let out a cry, but it was too late. She had completely risen to their provocation. The blue wedge to the foot representing a telephone discussion. The blue wedge to the neck representing the study itself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the gut representing Natsuhi herself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the thigh representing Natsuhi letting Kinzo escape out of the window and locking it afterwards. The four of them shattered with the sound of thin glass, because Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth, had denied them. Those denials had gained the power of the red truth. Despite Kinzo's absence from this locked room, Beato had introduced 5 ways that Kinzo could still exist. Natsuhi had carelessly destroyed the premises behind 4 of those herself. Only one wedge remained. In other words, this was the last blue truth which could bury the contradiction of Kinzo existing in the study at 11 o'clock, but not existing there later after it had become a locked room. There was only the theory that had pierced Glanor's chest. Kinzo is hiding somewhere in this room. With this theory, even if Kinzo wasn't present in this locked room of a study, he could exist here. If this wedge of Satan's were to be crushed, their chances of escaping this room would become hopelessly dim.
Beatrice-sama! Quickly! Escape while you still can!
Glenor slowly grasped the final wedge, which still pierced her chest. Her vice-like grip seemed to be causing Satan intense pain, as though all the bones in her body were being broken.
All that remains is this one wedge. It was about Kinzo hiding somewhere in this room, correct? I am the detective, and I have searched everywhere. And if even I haven't found him, just where do you suggest he's hiding?
With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Glenor slowly approached Beato. If this wedge was taken out, then...
Allow me to ask, just where in this study is Kinzo hiding? Who knows? Maybe he's under the bed. That possibility was searched and voided. Maybe he's in the bathtub. Searched and voided. Inside the closet. Under the desk. Behind the curtains. Searched and voided. 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 Behind the bookshelf. Behind the closet, under the carpet, under the floor, above the ceiling, behind the wallpaper, inside the sofa, inside the chair, inside the bed, inside the blankets, inside the walls, inside a rock, inside a stone, inside the room.
It's time for that line. So, I might have told you guys before, but I will reiterate it if I didn't. In the Japanese voice acting, Glenor is voiced by, oh god, what is her fucking name? Shit. What is it? Hold on, I'm gonna have to look this up. Yes, okay, so Glenor is voiced by Miyuki Sawashiro, who voices Toko Fukawa in Danganronpa. And you're gonna be able to tell when you hear this. There it was. I just wanted you to be able to at least hear that one time. And now I can turn the voices off. And now I will read the line myself. Because I know people probably wanted to hear me do it too.
Voided, voided, voided. Void, 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 dead, 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 dead. Void, 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 death, 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 death. Die the death. Sentenced to death. Great equalizer is the death.
No locations would work against Glanor by this point. Glanor took Beato's final desperate onslaught head-on, turning everything back with a far stronger power of denial. Smack them down. Beat them down with overwhelming force. No longer is there any place in this study for Kinzo to escape to. Beato was blown back like a leaf dancing in the wind, knocked around over and over again like an empty can lying on a road. By now, no matter how many times Beato used the blue truth, it wouldn't be able to defeat Glanor's red truth.
You witches truly are pitiful beings. You just try to talk your way out of things endlessly in an attempt to cover up the truth. Let me borrow Glanor's words. I'm disappointed, Beatrice-san.
Erica coldly delivered those decisive words to Beato, who was crawling on the ground.
Detective's authority. The detective has the right to inspect all crime scenes, and I have exercised that right. Therefore, I can say this. Kinzo-san is not inside this room. Furthermore, this room is a perfect locked room. From the above 2 points, I can state this fact. This room has been uninhabited all along. Natsuhi-san was lying about having met Kinzo-san here last night. And that is checkmate, Beatrice-san. What do you think of that? All it takes is the presence of this room. And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erica. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
At these words, the final wedge shattered, and at the same time, the pitch-black gate which was about to open shattered once again. This time, the warp portal had been completely destroyed. No longer would Kinzo be permitted to exist in this room, or escape from it. Beato struggled to her feet, but that was the best she could do. She could no longer have the energy to fight. She had taken all of the denying red head-on from close range. It was all she could do to withstand the pain, which was so strong it felt like she'd vomit up all her insides. Even Beato, who had a monopoly on the title of strongest and most evil witch of all time, couldn't do a thing against a witch hunter. No matter how sturdy a sandcastle you build on the beach, it can never win against the rising tide.
Sorry, Kinzo. She really is too tough for me.
Beatrice, I thank you. You fought so hard for me despite your lingering grudge.
I guess it's true that your life flashes by when you see death coming. I've remembered how you once looked when you were young. You were annoyingly like Battler.
Battler is now carrying on everything, including my soul and the right to lead the family. I no longer have any regrets.
Battler, my apologies. Though I swore to fight with you once again. I must settle my accounts with something like this. How pitiful.
To Beato, it seemed as though Battler had met her gaze. There was no way he could have. This Battler was the Peace Battler. There was no way he could see Beato in this higher-level world. However, his eyes really did meet hers. Even though they couldn't have, Beato was sure that they did. As Erica, Ava, and the others closed in on Natsuhi, questioning her over and over, only Battler stood apart from that tumult. His expression held none of the enthusiasm and excitement that the other humans had. It just piercingly and coldly surveyed the scene. And the expression on his face was a quiet displeasure, anger. He wasn't feeling compassion for Natsuhi because her lie was about to be exposed. However, he couldn't forgive Erika, who was simply enjoying the intellectual rape of cornering Natsuhi, or any of the people going along with her. Then he whispered softly, "No good." Beato and the others definitely heard that.
You don't think Battler might turn things around from this weakened position?
I probably could have done it back in the day. And Battler can probably do it.
Battler, if you are indeed the man who will inherit everything from me, now is the time to prove it. Don't let the legend of the Golden Witch end here!
It's true that I met Father here last night. It's true! And he spoke to me of the Yoshirimiya family's glorious history, as well as the burden of bearing it.
Your lie has already been exposed, Natsuhi-san. We already know that you were alone in this room last night. Would you please give this up now and launch into your confession? The culprit's refusal to capitulate is proportional to the poor quality of a mystery. At least show me that this third-rate mystery had some redeeming qualities in the end.
Yeah, this is no good. No goddamn good at all.
Battler, who had been silent off by himself up until then, finally spoke. At first, it sounded as though he was attacking Natsuhi. However, when Erika realized he was glaring directly at her, her expression visibly clouded with displeasure.
Exactly what is no good?
If the mystery is third-rate, then so is the detective. Listen up. I'll be grandfather for you.
But, Battler? You'll be Kinzo-san. Are you saying you'll become Kinzo-san to reenact his disappearance from this room? You can't possibly intend on denying my checkmate. That's ridiculous!
What is this man saying?
Hey, new girls. Is this your first game here? Sorry, but calling checkmate after something like that is no good. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all!
What are you talking about, Battler? You're gonna be dad?
Yeah, I'll reenact it. I'll become grandfather and disappear from this room. You can't use the windows or the door. How are you gonna do it?
Did you find where the hidden door is?
We don't have a clue. Yes, not a clue.
Russell. That sound wasn't just the noise of the onlookers fidgeting. It was a provocative chill that ran up Erika's spine.
I like it.
Yes, you are after all the Yoshirimiya family hat, the one who bears the head's ring. That should more than qualify you to stand in for Kinzo-san. So, let's hear your deduction.
Erika's expression was no longer a challenging smile. It was malicious, extremely displeased. She couldn't conceal her anger at having her most pleasurable moment ruined.
How will he get us out of here?
I've got it. I see. So that move is still available.
So you finally figured it out, you damn geezer. Hidden doors and hiding under the bed. All that stuff is so pathetic I was almost weeping for you. This is the Yoshirimiya Kinzo we're talking about here. There's got to be a more thrilling and exciting answer.
Exactly. How pitiful that I couldn't even match my own ingenuity. And how pitiful that it will be that all these relatives of mine present, the only one to understand me is the grandson who's returned after 6 years of absence. Battler, you are my acting proxy. Do not disgrace my legacy.
Sure thing, Gramps. I'll teach these guests what the majesty of the Yoshirimiya family head's all about.
What are you planning to do, Father?
Natsui, Beatrice, stand by and watch. We'll show you what it means to be the head of the Yoshirimiya family.
The butler. What is he trying to prove?
There's no way that he can do anything. This is a perfect locked room.
Natsubi, come over here. I'll tell you how I want to move. How I want you to move, rather.
Battler called Natsuhi over to the window and whispered something to her with his back to the others.
Miss Delanor, there isn't a remote chance of a mistake, is there? It is impossible for Kinzo and the witch to slip out of this room, correct? Of course. Gertrude, Cornelia, and the Imperial Guard. Double-check that seal of this locked room is perfect.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Our barrier is perfect.
For your attention, there are no hidden doors, and escape will not be granted through the door or the windows. Guards, if Battler breaks through the barrier, fire your arrows without hesitation.
Chester troops, Roger! Battler-sama, prepare yourself.
Escaping from this room is impossible.
But he'll do it, yeah?
How?
He's certain he can succeed even without any basis. That's what it means to be the Ashirami ahead, yeah?
True. Let's watch.
Yeah. Let's see the majesty of Riche's opponent.
Then I'll begin.
Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move.
So, I'm grandfather, and I was lying in bed like this, grunting my understanding about Natsuhi's report or whatever.
Battler laid down on the bed himself. As if it still mattered now, Erica grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to her. Normal Gabriel with the $2. The Kinsler is real. I don't know about that, but...
Then I stop answering and fall asleep. Well, realistically speaking, I probably get tired of all that talking and only pretend to be asleep.
You know me too well.
I see that father has gone to sleep. Bow silently and leave.
Natsuhi lowered her head to Battler, who was still lying down in the bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around as though doing an inspection of the room.
After seeing grandfather go to sleep, Aunt Natsuhi apparently performs an inspection of the room before leaving. Of course, she has Shannon-chan and the others clean it every day, but she still checks it thoroughly herself, making sure there was no dust piling up, making sure that he hadn't run out of any consumables.
Yes, this is the family head's treasured room, so I check everything carefully myself instead of relying entirely on the servants. I do this every single time.
That's true. Madam always checks things very carefully.
Her inspection's very detailed, and she even checks all of the consumables in the washroom one by one. In other words, it's not just dust on the windowsill like you see all the time on TV. She even checks to see if there's enough soap and toilet paper in the washroom. Pretty devoted, if you ask me. Wouldn't kill you to skip a day from time to time.
That's my routine. I mustn't become complacent in my inspection of the head's room for even a single day.
What is your point? Please don't waste our time putting on airs.
Isn't putting on airs the detective's right?
I am the detective!
Since we're inside the study, you can probably tell, but even though we call it a study, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion. It has a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, and even a toilet and a bath. So, it's not so much a room, as it is a house.
Thank you for the explanation of the study's layout. However, the move of having him hide somewhere within it has already been defeated.
There won't be any hiding, but I'm pretty sure there are plenty of blind spots. For example, if Aunt Natsuhi went into the bathroom to check the amount of toilet paper, most of the study would be out of her sight range. In other words, for almost every location in the study, the observer would have disappeared.
Observer disappearance! We've lost track of Kinzo!
For your attention, I beg to inform you that the witch's darkness is filling the study.
Good. It's being filled with the power of darkness.
And so what of the observer? If Natsuhi left? So what?
When grandfather noticed that fussy Aunt Natsuhi finally leaving, he got up.
Why?
On a night of madness such as this, nothing goes better with a drink than enjoying the mad weather of the night sky.
Because Aunt Natsuhi was in the blind spot of the bathroom, it becomes possible for grandfather to walk about the study at will.
It was possible for him to move without Natsuhi's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsuhi knew.
Warning! Battler is approaching the study door! For your attention, a loud noise is produced when the lock on the study door is released. Know that you could not leave through the window without could not leave through the door without drawing Natsuhi's suspicion.
Because Battler had acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately issued a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsuhi's blind spot. However...
That's right! The sound!
We know that there's a loud sound when the autolock is released. Even if Natsuhi was in a blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't have missed the loud sound of the autolock releasing. There's no way she wouldn't find that odd.
For your attention, I beg to inform you that Natsuhi did not hear the sound of the door opening while in the room.
The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, the autolock always lets off such a massive sound. She'd be able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsuhi had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous night, and she had made it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The argument that Natsuhi could have failed to hear the lock would not work.
For your attention, I further inform you of the following. Kinzo entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted. For your attention, I beg to inform you that this is a useless struggle. It is foolish in the extreme.
It's true that I can't break through the red of that girl by the door. But what about you over there by the window?
Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window.
Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight, or else you're gonna be sent flying.
By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia. And it was the window. He was going to smash this locked room from the window. Not expecting to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure. Although it was rare, it happened sometimes that a witch struggling to flee would directly target the one setting up the barriers, and it was always the witch's last futile resistance at the brink of death.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Battler's target is you, Cornelia. I ask that you be on guard. It is foolish in the extreme. God have pity on this foolish lamb.
I'm no lamb. The head of the Ushiramiya family is an eagle, even if he only has one wing. Don't you think that you can keep me shut up in this study forever with just a flimsy window like that?
Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple, Battler ran forward like a white leopard.
This guy couldn't possibly mean to. This is. For your attention, there is no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted.
Cornelia thrust out both her arms and drew a sign. When she did, a red barrier blocked the way ahead of Battler.
I beg to inform you that this is useless, Ushiramiya Battler. For your attention, my windows are sealed from the inside, and Natsuhi did not help Kinzo to escape.
I'm not saying Aunt Natsuhi helped Grandfather escape. What if Grandfather snuck out, keeping it a secret from Aunt Natsuhi?
But why would Kinzo go out the window on his own?
On this night of madness, leaping out into the rainy sky is but a leisure activity to pair with my drink.
But this is the 3rd floor. It's impossible.
Even you must occasionally jump the bottom step when going down a flight of stairs, right? These 3 stories is nothing for Kinzo.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yes, I wouldn't put it past him.
That's ridiculous.
Digimaniac 33 with the $5. I wouldn't put it past Grandfather. That's true. 3 floors is nothing. Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier, and it shattered with a crisp sound. Arabaka Gaming with the $2. I wouldn't put it past Kinzo. Nope. It was all far too quick. It looked almost as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler.
Endless 9! Magic resistance, Endless 9!
Cornelia-sama, you can't block it. Retreat!
At the same time the barrier shattered, the window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtains fluttered for just an instant. Though it was all filled with rain, the heavens in the courtyard were spread out in front of them. A fitting exit for an eagle leaping from this locked room.
Cornelia, reapply the barrier. As you wish, Supervisor Glenor. Know that you will not succeed in breaching this window.
Cornelia quickly came back to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was the last one.
For your attention, I beg to state the following. Let us temporarily assume that Kinzo did escape through the window. In that case, how did he lock a window which cannot be locked from the outside? The window was locked from the inside.
No good.
Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all.
Kinzo and Battler grinned. She thought this feeble red could block the charge of Battler and Kinzo, the two family heads.
After Grandfather jumped out the window, Natsuhi probably noticed a slight draft. She then approached the window, realized that it was wide open, and quickly closed and locked it.
Natsuhi probably couldn't even imagine that I had just slipped out the window.
Yeah, so it's only natural that Aunt Natsuhi thought Grandfather was sleeping in bed.
Now that Battler had found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than the thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again, so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Could it be believed? That barrier was more firm than any shield Ronove had ever used against Jessica, and yet it had been destroyed so easily. Though Battler was charging furiously forward and had almost reached Cornelia, she didn't step aside. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name Eisern Jungfrau, didn't allow her to step aside. She took a talisman from her pocket, placed it in thin air, and drew a sign. Then, not red, but blue burned there. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was her last method of resistance.
You won't get through! You won't! For your attention! For your attention! Be that as it may, this is the 3rd floor! How could a wingless human escape from the window? Know that you won't get through! You won't!
Just quit your whining and watch! This is the answer!
Battler flew. He burst through Cornelia's blue barrier, smashing it away, and his body flew out the window into the darkness of the rainy sky. The fragments of the blue barrier scattered, leaving blue dust in their wake, coloring the air beautifully. The locked room had been smashed open. Battler had jumped from the mansion. He was in the sky above the rainy courtyard. All of the raindrops had become small round gems that were scattered through the air. Battler was floating through the jewelry box world of this beautiful stormy sky filled with countless raindrop gems. In the sky of a world frozen in time, Dlanor and Battler faced each other. If Battler, who had smashed and flown out the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, then Dlanor, who floated in the air waiting for him, was also a knight. In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by the Ushirimiya mansion and frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushirimiya family and the disciple of heaven who would test him crossed paths.
Brilliantly done. Whether you live or die, when you fall into the courtyard, it does not change the fact that Kinzo could have broken out of this locked room. You are a true martyr, giving up your life to jump. You did well to break our locked room barrier. I am impressed, Ushirimiya Battler. However, I am Dlanor A. Nox, Chief Inquisitor. I cannot allow you to escape out from under my nose. Now, at the end, allow me the honor of crossing swords with you.
Yeah, sure. Bring it on. This game isn't as easy as it looks.
In this world where the gems of rain fell slowly like large snowflakes on a snowy field, Dlanor and Battler slowly crossed paths. Hey, Jacob Nierly, thank you for becoming a channel member. Daniel the Spaniel with the 2 pounds, so attracted to Battler right now. He's doing a good job. He's got the charisma. It seemed slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. When night confronts night, it is always head-on and decided in a single strike. Blue and red crossed paths.
Was the existence of Natsuhi's blind spot within the study depicted beforehand? If it was not, this theory is impermissible. Nox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Dlanor's double strike with both the blue and red blades sliced at Battler, and missed. Those longswords, which had never lost in 100 battles, cut through the empty air.
When we entered the study, its structure was mentioned clearly. Sorry, little miss.
For the first time, Glanor showed an expression. It was a soft smile. She had known since long ago that the study's structure had been mentioned, but she couldn't let him escape without making a single strike. As an Inquisitor, she could not do that. So she thought that she wouldn't make it. Though she had known that she wouldn't make it, she had still crossed swords with Battler.
Yes, I knew. That answer of yours doesn't violate Nox's 8th commandment.
Don't hold this against me. I hope you're ready.
Yes, come.
In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out the red truth.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Kinzo study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and a washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms.
That was already presented. And it suggests that room-sized blind spots can exist within the study. Without any mercy, no, without any reluctance that would have been dishonorable, the Sword of Red Truth cut into Glanor. Its sharp trail cut the countless gem drops filling the sky into beautiful hemispheres.
Brilliant work.
Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down. The other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Glanor crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from the 3rd floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence.
Battler!
Beato leaned out of the study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler had landed safely.
Beato! Come on! Jump!
Huh?
The window is our way out! So jump! You aren't the kind of witch who'd let herself be trapped inside of a locked room!
The study was no longer a locked room. She could jump from here, escape from here. The locked room which had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her had now been destroyed.
You too, Kinzo.
Go. From the moment Battler showed his answer, my spirit had already escaped from this room.
Kinzo's form became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared. Jacob Gnarly with the SEK? SEK. I'm not sure specifically what currency that is, but 300, thank you so much. Sup nerds, don't think too hard about the name. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD tomorrow, but happy Pride nonetheless. Happy Pride, and thank you so much. Appreciate it. The locked room barrier had dissolved, and the power which denies magic had scattered. Oh, Swedish krona. Okay, gotcha. Beato ran towards the window. That was the only exit from the locked room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Inquisitors and the Chiester sisters, she readied her wound-covered body and ran toward the window, just like Battler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll.
You're not getting away, Beatrice! You witch illusion!
Erica flew at Beato, trying to grab onto her as she dashed away. But it was like trying to catch smoke, and Erica landed face first on the floor. There's no way a human can catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Beato was impossible. And Bailey with the $5. Rat successfully owned with tricks and magic. I wouldn't put it past grandfather. Owned with tricks and magic. I'm gonna have to use that in the future.
Chiester troops! Shoot down the witch! Shoot her dead! Alignment conflict. Unable to fire. For your attention, we have no barrier prepared which can block Battler's blue truth.
Both Chiester 00 and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices.
No one can stop any of them? Not Battler, or Kinzo, or Beatrice? If these guys escape, then... my locked room, my deduction! And I, the detective, Furudo, Erica...
Erika crouched, screaming and clutching at her head.
You're the Great Golden Witch! You can't be defeated by something like that geezer's grubby study! It's still just the first twilight. Show these newcomers that your game isn't that easy!
Just like Battler, Beato also jumped. She drifted down through the gem-drop jewelry box world into Battler's chest. Battler caught her with both arms as though catching an angel's wings. It was like a knight catching a princess who had been locked up in a tower, like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Crap. I think I'm in love. Are all the Ashiramiya family heads guys like this?
If you were to chronicle all the daring exploits of Ashiramiya Kinzo, you would probably have a tale longer and wilder than all the grimoires in the study put together. It seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it's already being written. It's already a very, very long tale.
Archiver of Worlds with the $2, and thus the rat seethes and malds. Thank you so much. The demons giggled on top of the roof, holding umbrellas. Then they quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard.
You're not bad at all.
I guess all your games have toughened me up.
In shock, Beato actually praised Battler as he held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way.
This is impossible! Impossible!
Erika looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beato in his arms, Battler grinned back.
Erika,
What is it?
I'm not giving the riddle of the Golden Witch up to you. I'm going to solve it. That riddle belongs to the two of us. Right, Beato?
Yes! My riddle is... You...
Yeah?
As Battler gave her a mischievous grin, Beato's face turned uncharacteristically red. But even so, she spoke with a refreshingly bright expression while laughing loudly.
My riddle is... yours. Yours alone! Shiromiya Battler! I won't let anyone else solve it!
Listen to her saying something like that.
Battler snorted, amused that Beato had said something so unlike her. And still holding Beato in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gem drops celebrated their overcoming of this trial.
He jumped down from the 3rd floor, unharmed? He jumped down and escaped from the locked room! This is ridiculous! This isn't reasoning, it's insane!
If Battler had at least been seriously injured and writhing in the mud, Erika might still have some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinzo couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscathed. However, Battler stood calmly in the courtyard, looking up at Erika with the dignity of the victor. ERA, I am sorry to have to burst everybody's bubble here, but remember, this is Peace Battler and Beatrice is like Brain Tulpa Beatrice. These are not the meta Battler and Beato. I don't mean to be a rain on your parade or anything like that, but do remember. June Pop 45 with the $2. Happy Pride Month. Bisexual stay winning. That's true.
Let me ask all of you again. This can't be possible, right? There's no way a human can jump out of a 3rd-story window and land unharmed. Isn't that right, everyone?
Our Habaki game with the $2. Burn and Lambda recreating their love with dolls. Yeah, we're gonna see something about that in a second.
Much less Kinzo-san jumping down from the 3rd floor at his age. There's no reasoning behind this.
Erika tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around, but their responses were no different from how they had been a short while ago.
No, with Kinzo-san it is a possibility. Wouldn't put it past Dad.
This is father we're talking about.
There's plenty of crazy stories about that man. Something like this wouldn't surprise me at all.
What? Is there something wrong in your heads, in your minds, people? At any rate, it looks like your locked room argument wasn't perfect.
Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there would be nothing strange about Kinzo jumping down from a third-floor window. Just who in the world is this Ushiramiya Kinzo person?
Well, I'll give you 60 points. Kinzo should have done it with a bit more flash in his would have done it with a bit more flash in his younger days. It needs some more tweaking.
Oh, and how much should it be tweaked?
He might have jumped down with me in his arms.
Got it. Next time we do this, I'll jump down with you in my arms.
I'd like to see you try.
Beato's voice went very shrill and she gulped. Then her body suddenly became a group of gold butterflies and crumbled away. It was because many people had rushed up to the window and she was being bathed with gazes filled with the anti-magic toxin. Kitty with the 5 pounds. He did all that? Erica, meet the Ushiramiya family. No, it's genuinely so funny. She's like, you people are fucking crazy. You're insane. Who would do that? And everybody just being like, no, he is that crazy. I'm sorry. I have to give it to him. Beato's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So to their eyes, it appeared that Battler was standing all alone in the courtyard.
Battler! You okay?
It looks like he's alright. Thank goodness.
I am defeated. In that case, for the benefit of the people in the study, deliver me the final blow. Use your final blue truth to show how Kinzo escaped from the locked room of that study.
There was no pain in Dlanor's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. However, she used her longsword as a crutch as she struggled to her feet, so it was easy to tell that she had taken heavy damage. And despite her lack of an expression, you could tell that this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Dlanor turned to face each other.
Here I go.
Yes, come.
As though readying herself, Dlanor quietly closed her eyes, but she still stood tall and maintained her air of dignity.
This is my blue truth.
The blue power gathered. Battler slowly approached Dlanor. Then, he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth.
Ushiramiya Kinzo escaped from the study through the window when Aunt Natsuhi couldn't see him. Aunt Natsuhi didn't notice and locked the windows. This way, Aunt Natsuhi can see Grandfather go to bed at 11 o'clock and Grandfather can escape from the study without contradicting the lock of the window or the door sealed by the receipt. I proved through my demonstration that this escape was physically possible. Therefore, this battle is over.
The blue wedge flashed through the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning, and roared down towards Dlanor's forehead as she stared up at the sky.
Beato's games are no walk in the park. It's doubtful whether the conventions of the mystery genre even apply here. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. You should still be a bit more flexible in your thinking.
A massive blue wedge, which looked like a pillar, was above Dlanor's forehead, and had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped his fingers, the blue wedge shattered, and became a shower of translucent gems. No, drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Dlanor sat down in an absent sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ushiramiya family faced the people staring down from the study, and spread his arms wide.
Welcome to Beato's and my game. We receive you with open arms. Furudo, Erika!
I like it! Ushiramiya Battler! Good! Truly good! I'll devour it all! This riddle of the witch! All the way deep into its guts while it's still alive!
Battler and Beato looked calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain that evil laugh.
This is good stuff. Erica, that was so lame.
Lady Bernkastel, my apologies.
That face of yours. It's so incredibly laughable that I'd like to squash it flat and put a frame around it.
My double is so pathetic, pathetic, shameful, shameful. Bathed in the sneers of Bernkastel, the being who was like a mother to her, Erica was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces.
For this, I swear. Usiromia Butler, Beatrice, Usiromia Natsuri.
This riddle is ours. I won't let anyone else get in the way. Beatrice.
Yes.
Oh boy, are we getting to one of my favorite conversations in the VN? We might be. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. Lambda Delta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler thought back on the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. To Battler, thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler had noticed it too. Though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, they had noticed a silhouette approaching.
That's unusual. Not many people can reach this place.
It's her.
Yep. Here we go. This scene right here, this conversation between Battler, Dlanor, and Virgilia is, bar none, one of my favorite conversations in the entire visual novel. That silhouette, walking through the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Dlanor.
That was a splendid garden maze. A very nice way to enjoy the roses.
Why were you here?
It has been some time, Miss Beatrice. Excuse me. It is Mrs. Virgilia now, is it not? Long time no see, Dlanor. Come over here. We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain. Don't worry. She hasn't come to fight.
Do you know her?
She's one of my old friends from heaven. And this really takes me back. Yes, it does. Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly studies. I have often battled with her over interpretations. My many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime. Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again.
They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seemed that Virgilia had always acted properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Dlanor was one of them. Dlanor, who had crossed swords with
me just a short while ago, bowed her head as if to thank us for allowing her shelter from the sudden rain, and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out, like a guest.
Is there any type of black tea you would prefer? Anything. Any tea you make is superb. Then how about some Darjeeling? Is that how you say it? Darjeeling? Butler, Beato, would you like some more?
Yeah. Beato and I would like a refill. Right?
As usual, Beato didn't answer. But if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled. So Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well.
I have heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this.
She's no longer participating in the game. Lambda Delta is the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board.
I know. However, she is the original master of this world, and you are the proper guest, invited by that master. That is why I have come to greet you.
On the game board, Beato and I met Lenore, but those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves.
Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battler-kun and Beato here?
I see you're as conscientious as always.
That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Battler. I am Glenor A. Knox. We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you.
Sure. I'm Shiramiya Battler. Pleased to meet you.
Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I am Glenor A. Knox.
Beato. She's saying hi. She says welcome.
Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice.
The witch and the Inquisitor, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Virgilia made gold butterflies appear from the palms of her hands, and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way of preparing tea. She was a witch, so it wasn't a particularly unusual sight, though I was a bit concerned about whether Glenor, an Inquisitor, could allow herself to watch such a spectacle.
Have no fear. I am not so rude as to quibble about the way my tea is served.
Even though the tea is being made with magic?
There is a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Mrs. Virgilia is making the tea with it in secret. We interpret and or conclude that it was made with magic, and it is written as such in the tale. It is an interpretation permitted, even by Nox's Ninth Commandment.
Oh my. I do believe the interpretations of the Ninth Commandment are such a delicate issue that they're even viewed as taboo by the Great Court. Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the Chief Inquisitor said such a thing, you might be sacked.
No matter what kind of interpretation I might record, there is nothing false about the way your tea tastes. Therefore, I will never concern myself with how it was prepared.
Uh-huh. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Glenor were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, even if it was depicted that a tea set existed here, and Virgilia had used it to make the tea normally, the result, that Virgilia had made tea, would still remain unchanged.
Magic that hides the result in darkness is evil. We will not permit it. However, magic that conceals the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is the evil, not the magic itself.
I get it. The important thing is that you're being welcomed with some tea, so it's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made.
That's right. It's common courtesy to be grateful for tea that someone makes for you. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and poking around through the tea-making process.
You don't invite your guests into the kitchen. And when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality. Here you go. It's hot. Thank you.
I would also like some sugar and milk.
You still can't drink it straight?
I am a kid. It has to be sweet.
So it is magic. Oh, so is magic a white lie, then?
Lie is such a dirty word. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When giving a child candy, you can either take a crumpled up one out of your pocket, or use a wonderful bit of sleight of hand to produce the candy, and the impression you give with each method is completely different.
Sure. I mean, producing the candy out of nowhere is a cool little trick.
Wrong. The meaning is in embellishing the result. A candy is given in a way that makes it even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you gave Maria-chan a candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give it to her and saying a fairy gave it to her for being such a good girl, after secretly slipping it into her pocket. In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis and investigate and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into her pocket. The important thing is the result, that the girl received the candy and was delighted. And the meaning lies in the fact that it was embellished in order to delight her.
That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything that went by the name of magic.
That is how I act in my capacity as an Inquisitor. It is my job. However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted.
So, this is what they call leaving your personal feelings aside when on duty? You do it well.
As an Inquisitor, hunting witches is my job. Personally, I find witches pitiable. However, I condemn them mercilessly as an Inquisitor. The result that I execute witches is unchanged. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes. So it is better if I do not. Not at all. Even if the end result is the same, there's a big difference depending on your heart. Your mother's cookies must have been more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart.
That's right. Even if the result appears to be the same, there's a huge difference depending on whether or not it had a little thing called sincerity.
I am not so sure. Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless. Glanor's gaze fell to her cup, a little sadly.
That's not true. Because of everything you just said, I've changed the way I look at you a little. So saying your heart is meaningless isn't true at all.
Virgilia was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart was the first step toward magic's true nature. Perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand, bit by bit. The essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, the essence of magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she felt this faint change within Battler. As for that last fight, thank you very much. I am grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end.
Not me wasn't me. Lambda Delta was controlling him. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. At this point in the story, I still hadn't joined. So up until the point when I did join, a piece of me is probably being controlled by Bernkastel or Lambda Delta. Just what kind of mood's taking those two? Trying to make it look all cool. It made me look like some kind of knight coming to save Beato.
Lady Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With Erica's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in the favor of the human side, so she manipulated the tale in a way that supports Beato. Yep, yes, I am aware. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them, and they specialize in actions appropriate to their original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that Battler was capable of. That is why I am grateful to you.
It feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything. After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be going on you easy on you then.
The same goes for me. I will not be caught unawares in our next bout.
Perfect. I'll take you on any time. Give me everything you've got.
You have my word. Everything I have.
Blanor. I thought that she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
There's one thing that I must apologize for.
Blanor suddenly murmured something. What is it? It's about that fight a short while ago. It's already over. We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw.
No, it was not luck of the draw. We were unable to let the outcome be decided naturally by chance, so I came here to apologize.
What are you talking about?
You're saying that you threw the match, aren't you?
Virgilia spoke softly, without hesitating in her knitting.
Yes, Mr. Battler.
That mister's really getting to me. Just Battler's fine.
Battler, I apologize. We did not give it everything we had. I know. Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games. Beato already told us that truth. Battler-kun should have been able to only achieve a draw at best in that battle. He shouldn't have had any chance at all of winning.
You're right. If you just say that, the whole fight's already over. Why didn't you use that red? Are you telling me that it was because of a stalemate or something like that?
Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. We cannot use that red truth directly. However, the red truth that the window was never opened after it started raining was one I had given to Cornelia, who was protecting the window.
Boom. That's checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card?
This is... for your attention. There is no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted.
Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards.
I thought that she had been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held a trump card which could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated.
I am not sure. In that instant, use of that trump card suddenly became forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. The game master, Lady Lambda Delta, probably interfered.
That bastard. So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambda Delta's hand. She made us play out that entire act according to her script.
I understand that you are upset. However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please forgive me. Still, even though you lost your trump cards, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did.
That's right. If I should be mad at anyone, it's Lambda Delta for butting in.
Kinzo does not exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bernkastel know this well, and yet they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continued through this game. It is almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied.
You're saying they let Grandfather escape on purpose?
Yes, they must be after something. That is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bernkastel should always be in opposition unless the witch side is in a superior position. It's hard to imagine that those two would be conspiring together with things going as they are. I cannot help but think that they have some sort of wicked objective. I came here because I wanted to let you know that.
So, you came all the way here to tell us something like that?
Yes. Which means that my business here is finished.
Corporal Stuck. Erica can be an extension of Byrne at times, but also at times she can act on her own. Like, Byrne can let her just do as she will. She is her own person.
I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I need to have a discussion with Erica about the future.
Dlanor gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up.
I will see you at the next battle of the Second Twilight. There, I will once again raise my merciless longsword. So, Battler, I ask the same of you.
Callan, why are some of Dlanor's words randomly capitalized? It's how she talks. It's her homestuck typing quirk.
Show no mercy towards me.
I know. If I go easy on you, I'll have my own head smashed in.
On the game board, I am nothing more than Lady Bernkastel's piece and Furudo Erica's agent. In the future, I will likely block your way as an enemy many times. However, in my heart, I am always neutral. No, please forget that. It has no bearing on the nature of our relationship.
It does. There's no doubt that you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore. Unlike that Erica, who totally pisses me off.
I'm glad. I also find Furudo Erica to be obnoxious.
Dlanor's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other.
Furudo Erika is a very evil creature. After her recent defeat and loss of face, she is burning with a desire for revenge. Even I cannot tell what she is plotting. However, it cannot be anything good. Please take care.
Just knowing she's burned Castell's peace means I'm not gonna let my guard down.
Dlanor nodded as though satisfied, left the ease of the arbor, and walked out into the rain.
Who could have thought that I would end up serving as an agent of such evil? Why was I called to this world?
Dlanor let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given. And that function is given to them by the one that controls them. She probably can't disobey Berncastel, the player in control of her.
Lady Berncastel may be the one who called you here. However, the one who let you into this world is Beato. If this child didn't wish it, you may never have been able to make it through this garden maze to arrive here.
Dark Everyheart, speaking of Erika, should this next scene be CW for abuse, maybe? Possibly, I would say so. Like, workplace abuse, basically. It's just Erika being a shithead. So if you're not, like, if you get a little squicked out by, like, corporal punishment, like, in a sense, I guess, like, yeah, you should be aware of that.
If this child didn't wish it, you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze to arrive here. Right, Beato? Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me? I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be an agent of evil.
She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. Well, not just Erika, but someone else after is also not great in that regard. I can't remember precisely what you're talking about. But I'm sure that I'll have my memory refreshed when we get up closer. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Dlanor disappeared off into the rainy rose garden.
So, no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to?
Yes, she is the one who called Dlanor here.
So, Beato called her here to meet me. But, I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. Anje. In the last game, Anje reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato desired?
That I am here, that you are here, that Beato is here, and that Dlanor was invited here. All of these things occurred because she wanted them to. Even the bit of time that you and Dlanor spent together drinking tea.
Beato, what was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Dlanor Nox, the natural enemy of witches, Inquisitor, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help me, gouge out your heart, and arrest your breathing?
Please stand.
Yeah, here's the one that I was first thinking of.
On one leg.
Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg, as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a loud thump, Erika shoved her from behind with both hands. Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud.
Please stand. On one leg.
Cornelia rose shakily. Then, once again, she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to try to keep her balance, so she had fallen on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that.
Please stand. On one leg.
Thump. Thud.
Please stand. On one leg.
Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. Thump. Thud. Erica repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like this, Erica hated counting things, so she decided that when she ran out of fingers to keep count on, she would just keep on going until she lost interest. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on without end. Erica didn't know the truth of why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window, so the whole time since then, she had been criticizing her, blaming her entirely for their defeat.
For your attention, I beg to state the following. Please forgive Cornelia for her failing. She has already performed sufficient penance.
Oh, is that so? Then please take her place from now on. Gertrude bears no sin for which to repent. Gertrude, please stand. On one leg. Clasp your hands behind you.
Gertrude followed the order, and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg.
You mustn't resist or try to keep your balance. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Do you understand?
As you wish.
Gertrude.
Erica took her time walking behind Gertrude. She was even enjoying making her wonder when she'd push. At that moment, Gertrude and Cornelia burst in a bright light and disappeared. Dlanor had returned at some point and had sent them back to heaven for the time being. Erica, who'd had her fun spoiled, directed an openly malicious expression at Dlanor.
Miss Erica, I will bear the punishment for my subordinate as her superior. Please have mercy upon her. No, thank you. Punishment is meaningful because of the pain that it inflicts. There's nothing remotely interesting about punishing an unfeeling doll girl that can't receive a single scratch.
Erica slowly grabbed hold of the back of Dlanor's hair and tugged on it unrelentingly. Dlanor's neck tilted unnaturally backwards, creaking.
I cannot be harmed, but I can be hurt. As if you have feelings to hurt, you witch-hunting murder doll. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Berncastel? No. I am being reprimanded by Lady Berncastel because you people are useless! Never demonstrate such miserable incompetence again! Are we understood?
She pulled the hair she grabbed even more strongly. This didn't cause Dlanor any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erica's ill will.
My apologies. Please forgive me. Filth.
With a sound like taut strings snapping, she ripped out several strands of Dlanor's hair. Then Erica waved her hand about as though trying to shake off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
Well, that's enough. I'm done. My anger has finally subsided and my little gray cells are tingling again. Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the deduction game. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia.
As you wish. The two of them reached Erica, the one who had just been tormenting them.
Kinzo disappearing was nothing more than an added bonus for the first Twilight. Let's start investigating the first Twilight proper. Oh, before that, are you aware that we were actually presented with the mystery before the murders even occurred? Yes. You mean that the letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle, which appeared at midnight last night along with a knock by some person? That's right. The tale appears to describe that it was impossible for any of the humans at that moment, creating the illusion that an unknown witch exists. Let's start by crushing this witch illusion. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish.
The family conference last night was conducted with the adult relatives and Battler present. And partway through, the servants arrived to serve tea.
Let's review everyone's whereabouts the exact moment the letter appeared. How did that go again?
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
Before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
Sorry, I just want to check. Okay. I had a notification on Discord that I wanted to check off real quick. We got it.
Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all others were in the dining hall. Because the mansion had been entirely locked in advance of the family conference, everyone else was unable to enter the mansion. That would mean that no one inside the mansion could have knocked and placed the letter there, right? Yes. The witch side will probably say that this person is the same who wrote the letter, the witch Beatrice. Ridiculous. A stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at the stroke of midnight. It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier. Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Shannon and Canon came in to serve tea. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway. Most likely, one of those is not in the dining hall, Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there. No, in fact, it would have been possible for the person who supposedly went to the guest house, too. We've heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get in. And if someone only pretended to go to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it's perfectly possible that they could have placed the letter there.
For your attention, Blue Truth valid.
In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist there at the instant of the knock. I see. So this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed? This is completely ridiculous. Do they think that this is all it takes to get me, Furudo Erika, to surrender? Firstly, I question whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all. For example, the mansion's construction may be such that when a certain pillar on the second floor is struck, the noise is transmitted down the pillar. And it sounds like a knock on the door to the people in the dining hall. Or they could have misheard some other random sound as a knock and misconstrued it in a similar way. Or a tape with the sound of a knock recorded on it could have been secretly playing, which had been carefully set up to be heard at exactly that time. In any case, even if no one was on the other side of the door, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock. How is that, my master? What do you think of my reasoning?
Well, you heard her. How did you do?
Well, it looks like your cute little piece gave it her all to think up these blue truths, so I guess I'll be nice and hand out a few red truths myself. I guess I'll start with the letter. There was a knock when the large clock struck midnight, and when the door was open, there lay a letter in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle. The idea that the people who weren't in the dining hall secretly placed the letter in the hallway is such an old one, right? Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji did not even touch that letter.
Then, when Shannon and Canon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Canon. Wouldn't it be easy if Canon, the last person in, secretly dropped a letter there when he closed the door?
Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway.
So you'd say that no one touched it?
Of course not. They touched it when they picked it up. Of course I can't say that none of them touched it.
I see. Then let's interpret it this way. Someone who existed outside of the mansion at midnight placed the letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand. Then it was moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway.
Just as an example, let's say it was deliberately stuck to the underside of serving carts carrying the tea set, which the servants wheeled into the room. It was simply affixed there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time, such that when it eventually fell off, it would become the letter left by a witch who shouldn't exist. In other words, this is a classic trick where the true sender gives themselves an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time.
For your attention, Blue Truth valid.
In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was the culprit's good luck. It could easily have fallen into the kitchen, the corridor, or even the dining hall itself. Oh, good. If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have even been more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor, and a red stating it appeared suddenly in the locked room of the dining hall and was not touched by anyone there wouldn't even be violated. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit.
That might work okay for the letter. But will that same type of argument work for the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we?
Please go ahead.
Neither Kraus nor Natsuhi nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound, or push the play button on a cassette tape they recorded, or create that knock sound by any means. Of course, this includes all direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means.
This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji made that knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. At 24 hours, except for Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji in the second floor corridor, and all of the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. In addition to Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked, where knocking includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound with intent to make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. And a coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound.
In other words, it is impossible for anyone who was in the mansion to have been the source of a knocking sound. In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved.
Anyone who was in the mansion also includes any unknown person X who was secretly hiding in the mansion. Therefore, this literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock with no wordplay allowed.
I see. So no matter how much I told it that the only ones who could possibly have produced the knocking sound are those in what we call the guest house group. Like me, for example. What if I, Furudo Erika, created a knocking sound on a cassette tape, secretly installed it somewhere and set it up so that it would start playing at exactly midnight? Of course, I wasn't in the mansion at midnight. There aren't any problems with this, are there? There are no problems. However, the knock serves to alert everyone to the existence of the letter, and does so precisely because the letter is on the other side of the door. If the letter had fallen in the kitchen, for instance, I do not think that the knock would have served to inform anyone of the letter's existence.
If the trick in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location that the letter fell was a matter of luck. The people in the dining hall were able to notice it due to the knock only because it had fortunately fallen near the door. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen. Or even remained stuck the entire time. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they'd just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself carries no message at all. Only in combination with the letter. Is the knock capable of asserting that someone existed there? In that case, the knock can't be combined with the theory of the letter falling from the bottom of the serving cart at a random location. The letter must be reliably positioned on the other side of the door so that it can be discovered thanks to the knock. However, it was declared in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway.
I'll reword that red about placing it in the hallway a bit. No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. That goes for every conceivable possibility, directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving. The culprit could predict that the cart would probably stop when those two knocked on the door to the dining hall. So you might think that with this theory, you could cleverly make it so that the letter drops right in front of the door. But even this doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean that Shannon and Canon, who were pushing the cart, indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter there. So even this is no good. Furthermore, any setup of the letter peels off with the passage of time. Would mean that the people who pushed the serving cart to that location coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there. Of course, this is also no good.
Repetition requested. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside of the mansion. Say if someone in the dining hall slipped out of the window just for the instant of midnight, and didn't exist in the mansion at that time. With a bit of wordplay like that, it might be possible to get around the red truth.
Repetition request? I know I'm being generous with the red, but aren't you getting a bit greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beato, so I'm not gonna go blabbing all the repetitions my opponent asks for.
I'll give you a full body massage scrub and a bath with marshmallows and competo sometime soon. Hard enough to rub your skin off.
Now you've gotta keep that promise. Alright, then here's a freebie. I'll respond to your repetition request. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion.
In other words, try as we might, those 8 people, including Erika, cannot exist inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. And at the time, try as we might, those who were inside the mansion cannot exist outside the mansion.
In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you stuck it out there in the open, maybe no one would notice it. This way, it would certainly fall into the corridor. And you can slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. Good job, me. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Note that the letter never touched the serving cart. Who cares about that? The point is, someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. I know what you're trying to do. Use that letter and knock to argue that Beatrice exists. Well, it definitely won't work on Furudo Erika. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. Then someone outside the mansion set up some kind of gimmick before the family conference. Something other than the ceiling or the serving cart. For your attention, Blue Truth invalid. Why? That's the only possibility, right? Someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick other than the ceiling or the serving cart. For your attention, unless you can specify or hypothesize what kind of trick, it will not be recognized as Blue Truth. For your attention, Lady Erika's Blue Truths regarding the letter have all been destroyed. All been destroyed? Take a little more care how you speak to me, you useless furniture! If I can just think of that trick, it's an instant checkmate! All been destroyed. Blue Truth invalid. I am the detective, Furudo Erika. How dare you speak to me like that?
Erika's face twisted. These words that seemed to deny Erika, no, Erika's deductions, were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her.
Miss Erika, why don't we postpone the mystery of the letter for now? Your blue stake regarding the knock, someone outside the mansion played it with a cassette tape, is still valid. If it was possible to solve the noise, then it should be possible to solve the letter as well.
As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Glenor stopped her with those words.
That's right. My Blue Truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied. My master, I will solve the mystery of the letter without fail. Please allow me more time. However, on the mystery of the knock, I have produced results. I've driven in the blue stake that someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play.
Burn, your piece really is a cute kid. Very lively. She's shouting for your forgiveness, saying that she may have resigned on one of the riddles, but she did solve the other. What are you gonna do? Will you forgive her?
Well, let me see. Normally, I'd never forgive one of my pieces for the utter disgrace of surrendering. But if she's managed to solve one of the mysteries, maybe I'll let it slide for now.
My master.
When Bernkastel said she'd let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief.
Then it's time to get punished, Erika-chan. None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound.
Oh? What's that supposed to mean?
Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound's no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it. It's not a knocking sound, so that's no good either. In other words, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound as something truly hitting the door, and they definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's totally impossible that any sounds except hitting that door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock.
What? But that means, at the time the clock struck midnight, no one existed who could have hit the door.
Yep, they don't exist. After all, it was the Golden Witch Beatrice who hit it.
So in other words, there's no way around this other than hitting the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker, and that made it possible for someone to knock without touching the door with their hands.
To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. I won't accept hitting it with some contraption. They heard a knock at the same time as the clock struck midnight. Everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it at that time, and none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji had no involvement in any knocking. No one else existed inside the mansion. And a knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand. Hey, Bern, what do you think of my ride? Don't you think this is pretty uncomplicated and enjoyable for something before the first twilight? The Golden Witch descended quietly, with a knocking sound.
This is interesting. This really is fascinating, Lambda. Now we're talking. This is great. The two witches doubled over, laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world.
My master, have no fear. As long as my little gray cells are given the time, I will definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red.
Is that so? Thank you. And I'm disappointed, Erica. You've bored me, Erica. As my piece in double, the fact that you have nothing is so pathetic it's comical. If you don't know the answer, then be silent forever, please. And please, open your mouth only when you know the answer. You're nothing but a piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the piece tray and gather dust or something. It's painful to even reserve space in my memory for useless pieces.
Bern is pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Bern's gonna forget you, you know. You'll collect dust in that forgotten piece tray awaiting your turn that will never come. I imagine that'd be pretty harsh, don't you think?
Have no fear, great Lady Lambda Delta, and my master. I promise to deliver such a spectacular performance to earn your approval that you will never be disappointed in me again.
Oh, whoops. Did not mean to do that. Oh, how reassuring. I guess you're my double after all. Then you'd better make sure you do work hard, in all kinds of ways. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erica to step in. If she resigned herself to that, she would literally have no place to go, and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erica endured with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who was ignoring her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically for some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Frudo Erica. I am the piece and double and servant of the great Lady Bernkastel. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely.
Shiromia Butler, how dare you humiliate me so?
As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like she had been made to go stand on her own in the hallway. Oh, okay, I see, Dark Everyheart. I understand. ERA, Burn literally, womp womp. She literally does. With the crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast. So now we had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday night, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with pain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erica suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere on the line between invigorated and insane, as though she'd come up with some groundbreaking and strange invention.
Hey, what's up? Are you okay?
I've got it! I've got it! Did you think I wouldn't be able to work it out? Oh, I understand perfectly well that there's no way something so stupid could happen!
With an ugly expression covered with cold sweat, Erica glared and lashed out at Battler.
You've got it. Got what?
There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study. Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph's-san go up to it in the third-story window, you closely observed the structure of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gutters and other handholds, it would be possible to descend to the courtyard from the third-floor window. You didn't jump down. You used the rain gutters and so on and clambered down the outer wall like a loser. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, where's your rebuttal?
My rebuttal?
You have no rebuttal? Then my truth is valid, yes? And there, you see? It may have looked like you jumped down all dramatically, but it was an illusion. All you actually did was jump out and grab desperately onto the rain gutter.
My argument was about whether it was possible for Grandfather to escape from the study, remember? And it was possible for Grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether either of us jumped down or clambered down makes no difference.
Don't try to change the subject! A mere human can't jump down from the 3rd floor. How do you like that? How do you like that? What do you think of my reasoning, my master?
You short of sleep or something? Just calm down and eat your food.
When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erica said. His hand slipped halfway and he fell from a considerable height, but he managed to land on his feet without injuring himself. No one witnessed this, but most likely everyone except Erica currently in the dining hall had realized that something like this had happened. No one had believed that he'd jumped down from the 3rd floor window in the first place, even if they hadn't witnessed it directly, so they had no clue what Erica was complaining about and obsessing over all of a sudden. Glancing, and started to whisper, glancing at her with cold eyes and dubious faces.
You can't argue back, can you? Your jumping was denied. My truth won out. My blue truth is valid. Please acknowledge this, my master. I'm not incompetent or a disappointment. I will match to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master.
Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erica spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as that sound, Erica went limp, falling into her seat like a puppet who'd just had all of its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain gradually filled the room once again, Erica slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then, she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened, as if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erica just stand up suddenly and rant at someone? Erica Sutton continued eating quietly, her behavior so perfectly normal that everyone started to doubt themselves. After seeing her behave so calmly, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they may have just hallucinated Erica suddenly yelling. So Erica's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memory. Erica quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear.
Thank you very much, great Lady Brancastel. I am Furudo Erica. I am my master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale. Oh yes, knives and forks are such primitive utensils, aren't they? Chopsticks are best. They're the easiest way to eat a salad, don't you agree? Well, everyone?
So normal. She's so normal. To literally your, what do you think of that, Elle? That's right! I win! Ass behavior. Erica fucking like down on her knees screaming at Battler's grave.
Battler-san returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, is that correct? Yes, that's right. We were getting pretty tired by that point. We decided to take a short rest before starting up again.
To smoke out the murderer of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was admirable, though she was an uninvited guest. Everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she imitated a detective.
It seems Erica is also steadily building her foundation.
It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one with the mists of Rokenjima. She can never capture or deny him.
When all's said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard.
In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stored away.
Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first twilight. They've been stored away too, right? Yes. They've been put away in my darkness beneath the between the human world and the other. And that would be detective won't be able to find them? Of course. It's absolutely impossible for a human. Wanna check? Just in case. And we also need to take this opportunity to re-examine what Lady Berncastell's goals are likely to be from now on.
As they say, if you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles.
If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting.
Quite so.
Yeah, Austin just projects very loudly. He knows I'm streaming, but okay. Gap opened up a large pitch-black hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Ronove to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time in this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as where is this and what time is it had no meaning. I can't say hi to Austin. He was in the hallway when you heard him that loud. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Then, deep within this pitch-black world, 5 corpses came into view, illuminated by a glow like a faint spotlight. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently, even Gap had respect for the dead.
Oh my. There are 5 sacrifices for the first twilight in this game? Not 6?
Oh, it's you, Master. I was worried about where you'd gone. The game has already reached the first twilight, and as you can see, the first victims have emerged. Now it's time for the real show. I'm getting all excited.
I see. The version of you that's here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased.
If you took away my high spirits, my bewitching body, and my pleasant disposition, I'd have nothing left.
For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for her high spirits, though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden. She answered while bumping a fist against her chest. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might have even been away from her seat when Battler solved the epitaph and during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she had been absent for so many critical points that she didn't have a very good grasp of what had happened so far in this game.
For now, we've got 5 corpses, all slit through the neck, as you can see.
George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. Something sharp had sliced open all 5 of their necks. Those gaping wounds opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they would no longer need their mouths to breathe.
I see. So anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead.
Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it is absolutely impossible that they are just people playing dead.
Why did Leah use the red?
Who knows? However, she's always thinking of Milady. She must have something in mind that will benefit Milady.
But they had hidden the corpses here so that no one could use the red. Despite that, however, Ronove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. The way that these corpses, which Gap had gone to all the trouble of erasing, had now been confirmed with the red made a slightly displeased expression rise to Gap's face. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged.
Why did you have Gap hide the corpses?
Well, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal.
How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi? We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap made to corner Natsuhi. Most likely they'll sort through alibis for the first twilight, and find them for everyone except Natsuhi.
Last night, Natsuhi-sama was the first to leave the family conference, and then rested alone at her room. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning.
We have already ensured that Kinzo's existence is impossible to disprove. However, the enemy has one remaining method of breaking through that roadblock.
I see. They can corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist.
The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated. Notice that trap of theirs encountered with this move. The corpses disappear. Everyone has alibis and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether they were actually dead in the first place, making it just about possible for Natsuhi to avoid being a suspect.
In other words, it's possible for Natsuhi-sama to claim that the sacrifices of the first twilight were only playing dead.
Even though many people confirmed their deaths for certain in the cousin's room?
Confirmation is nowhere near Red Truth. No matter how strongly they claim to have seen unmistakable corpses, the Red Truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, a trick, or by saying all of them were lying, and it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself.
In the human world, which lacks the Red Truth, perpetual check is an effective move.
An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. Not pretty.
True. However, beauty is secondary to victory. If someone who cannot achieve victory seeks it, it is nothing but poison to them.
They do say that might makes right.
And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. It seems that it will get quite nasty.
Didn't Nanjo confirm they were dead? Nanjo could be lying. I mean, he's been lying about Kinzo being dead this whole time. We know Nanjo's a fucking liar.
We're fully aware of that. And we already know that Natsuhi is probably about to be lured into yet another trap. A trap?
Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi. She was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room at 1 p.m., which is only a few minutes away, and hide there. Kraus was taken as a hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist.
I see. How relentless. Can you protect her?
Of course. After all, Natsuhi isn't the culprit. No matter how much they treat her as one, both truth and illusions are on our side. There's no way we can lose.
Natsuhi threw her cup of black tea to the ground in protest to show the anger that flowed throughout her entire body.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying that you suspect me?
I hear what you're saying. You left before anyone else, returned to your room, and didn't leave that room until morning.
I'm simply explaining that I need you to prove that, otherwise it won't count as an alibi. Prove it? How?
Any way you like. All you have to do is prove objectively that it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I would very much appreciate it if you could also be a little less harsh with me, and please give me your alibi and evidence.
That's right. The whole night is a blank space in time for Natsuhi-san. After she left the conference saying she was going to bed, she might have gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others.
Don't be ridiculous! Why would I kill George-kun? And most of all, why ever would I kill my own daughter? Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence.
Yeah. We've all been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night so we can clear up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi-san. If it frustrates you, shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence?
The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming everything, but other than Natsuhi, who was unwilling to prove her alibi, everyone else had an alibi which was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that just being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive.
This is ridiculous! Why must I be suspected when I've lost my daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further.
So what are you going to do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence. As if you could! Give me back my George, you murderer!
Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuhi-san, you're probably a little tired too. Of course, so are we. Why don't we take it easy for a bit? Seriously, we're a little too high-strung. Natsuhi, where are you going?
This search for alibis and culprits is truly ludicrous. When the typhoon passes and the police arrive, everything will be exposed to the light of day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play detectives. Am I wrong, Erika-san?
Generally speaking, you would be right. However, I have the...
Oh my god, okay, hold on just a second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the Pisas weren't even allowed to doubt it. I will take my leave. I have no intention of playing along with your pointless questioning until the police are here. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I will leave it to the police and investigate that and clear my name. The police to investigate that and clear my name, rather. It may be a bit late to mention this, but, well, no, this happens every time. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsuhi said the police would come, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat to pick them up would come tomorrow, and they would be able to use the radio to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway.
Natsuhi-san, it's dangerous to be alone. Perhaps it would be better if you...
Why not let her? That might make for some excellent proof. If Natsuhi-san gets murdered in her own room, that'll be excellent proof of her innocence.
Quit it, Anaki. It's probably best if we all get a little bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow.
Rest is fine, but let's not let our guard down, okay? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow.
Natsuhi, if you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight, close the windows and shutters, and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone. And more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims.
Thank you, Butler-kun. Then I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but make sure that the guests at least have everything they need.
Yes, madam. I shall do so.
With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern, that the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken as a hostage. Very soon it would be 1 p.m., the time that had been arranged. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow his orders, and then claim that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety. As the arranged time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be,
I cannot disobey now. I am the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband Kraus has been captured, I must protect it, even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I am prepared to do that. I am Ushirimiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I think dashing away in a rage that got me here without raising too much suspicion. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wondered about the lock.
The servants are under orders to always lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed out of the parlor pretending that I wasn't returning to my room. Going back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over without anyone noticing. That phone call from the one who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago. He said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. He said that he'd release my husband whether I won or lost. But as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. I softly gripped the doorknob, and I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then, all that about hide and seek might have just been an excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here secret, and all of the other people think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, in this room, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one which occurred this morning. If that's what he's up to, so much the better. It will be a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsuhi had some experience with using a naginata? Japanese polearm, but only from casual lessons. Unlike Ava, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own, and no weapons that could make that possible. Daniel, the Spaniel with the 20 pounds, I just realized we passed 100 hours like 15 minutes ago. Yo, let's go! Officially over 100 hours of Umineko streaming. She readied herself, and slowly opened the door. She couldn't afford to stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was ice cold, and she could sense no trace of a person waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, that seemed to be proof that no one existed to threaten her, but before long it only stirred up the uneasy feeling inside her all the more. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside of it was a set of hangers where guests could hang their coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wood floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed that sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure that someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. She had even imagined the worst, that her husband's corpse might be inside. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. All that was here was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet which silently urged her to go inside. He told me to hide in here for an hour. He's making fun of me. Natsuhi shrugged, turned around, then locked and chained the guest room door. This way, no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide-and-seek. This would certainly result in a total victory in the hide-and-seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. This is normally against the rules of hide-and-seek. Even if I win, won't this displease the culprit? And everyone thinks I'm in my room right now. If they find a room with a chain set, that will be an impossible locked room to them. Erica was dashing around the mansion to confirm everyone's alibi. If she notices that the chain is set on this room, there will probably be an uproar which will end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happens, I'll be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy for me to honestly confess why I was hiding, but that man insisted that I not reveal that. If I tell them, I might be endangering my husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain. No, even locking the door might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end,
have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I can't disobey. I undid both of those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From in here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I sat down and folded my legs. I thought about holding my knees to my chest, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I and the rest of my class were made to sit on the floor clasping our knees in every PE class as grade schoolers, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just sitting down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. I can't believe he expects me to sit in the darkness for a full hour, listening only to the wind and the rain.
Ironically, Natsuhi had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. She had thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that, in this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. To Natsuhi, it almost felt like she was being made to do the same thing. If that was the true purpose of this hide-and-seek...
How naive of me. This must be my naivete. The hope that if his goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit was able to hide an eerie card with autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. Still, how? Did they know that autumn is my favorite season? How ghastly. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said that out loud. I don't think anyone's ever asked me either. I could even ask my husband what my favorite season is, and he would probably be stuck for an answer. No. There was one time I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. I can't believe it. Then the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon. Only Shannon could know that I like autumn. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That card with autumn on it is proof. Incredible. After 10 years of being provided for by our family. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo say once that the emotion of anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearless humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a fascinating clue that I can use to turn things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she is the accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. She's a timid girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll tell the police about this in secret. I'm certain that it will be a big clue that will help in arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to surprise me and control me, but he's actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like Autumn. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Though I'd thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it had actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still couldn't guarantee that my husband was safe, but I was determined to take him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I gripped my fists tightly, and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing to this fight at any cost.
Rattle, rattle.
At that moment, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force a locked door open, and my heart leapt.
Oh, it was unlocked.
The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard a quiet voice, as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but it ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and this time, the door opened with a faint sound. Why is Hideyoshi's son in this room? Footsteps, which sounded like his, came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me. Hideyoshi's son. Is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? The door may only be locked from the inside, but it will still take some time to remove the chain. If Hideyoshi's son doesn't intend to let me escape from here, there's no chance he'll give me time to fumble around with the chain. In that case, when he opens the closet door wide in just a moment, and looks down upon me sitting here pathetically.
Oh, sorry, I just scrolled past it.
What kind of horrifying words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by this closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was filled almost to bursting with a throbbing sound so loud that I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he'd passed by the closet and was deeply relieved.
Just in case. Can't tell if it's day or night in this weather anyway.
As he muttered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case? In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. It's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders had occurred, and the weather was bad. There would be nothing abnormal about resting in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety was the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk as though he had flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped just by sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi's-san? No, that probably wasn't true. Clearly he planned on me hiding here, but Hideyoshi's-san coming to take a rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room, might help to secure my own safety in an odd sort of way. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Eva-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's still alone, reveal everything just to him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might get killed. It isn't wise to do anything rash until my husband is released. Should I go out and talk, or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the temptation to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the informant who's observing me is nearby as well. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is an informant, but that doesn't mean that Goda and the others aren't. It's no good. Leaving here and confessing is just too dangerous. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Now that he was all alone like this, Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he had acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he had as good a right as anyone to cry. And now that he had found a place where no one could see his tears, he was finally allowing himself to let it all out. I've lost my daughter, too. I haven't seen her body with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still can't let myself do that. That isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to do this. It's because...
Sorry, Jesus Christ, my eyes are itchy from... Fuck. Where's... I need cloth. Genuinely was like hard to keep my eyes held open then for some reason because it was like getting like all itchy and shit.
It's because I'm the final head of the Ushirimiya family. It's been completely overshadowed by all of this. But last night, Battler-kun found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent him from inheriting the family headship. When everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushirimiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head.
Food will be ready soon, Normal Gaber. I'm just waiting on it.
Battler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushirimiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. As I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs from the closet, I silently hung my head.
Who are you?
Huh? My heart leapt. Hideyoshi-san, who must have been lying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as though he had been bounded to his feet. Did he notice me?
How'd you get in here? What is that? Oh, wait a second! Wait!
He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life at this very moment. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? Even if I couldn't help him, I could at least call for help. No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. However, if Hideyoshi-san goes on to get killed now... No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll definitely be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I could save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life, my husband's life. Sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. Just then, there was the loud sound of the door opening and the chain being pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Honey, it's me. Could you open up?
Ava!
Honey? What? What's happening? Honey! Open up! Open up! Open up, honey! Someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all of her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Ava-san raced down the hallway, calling for help in a loud voice. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier feeling of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What is going on here? So right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible, so why are they staying so quiet in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san running away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that the culprit is holding his breath, standing right in front of the closet, waiting for me to shamelessly come out? I don't even know what to be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have to have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it was a good idea to leave this closet. Before long, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. I held my breath again and melted away into the darkness of the closet. Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goda was gripping a bolt cutter. It was to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door.
Honey! We're going to open this up! Cut it right now!
Yes!
Goda stuck the large bolt cutter, which looked like it could slice off whole fingers, inside the crack into the door, and easily severed the chain.
Dear!
As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late.
What the hell?
Honey! Honey! Dr. Nacho! Look at my husband, quickly!
I'll do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest.
Is there anyone in the bathroom?
No, there's no one here.
What could have happened? Honey. Honey.
I'm afraid to say, there's nothing I can do.
And yeah, we already saw this description, but he had been pierced through the back with a demon stake, its tip reaching as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down on the bed, suicide must be ruled out. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural, because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate, demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might have even pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest.
Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go on alone? Stupid. Stupid. Stupid.
The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard! So he still hasn't had enough blood?!
So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion and coming after us?
There's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed.
That's right. The shutters are all shut, and the chain was on the door until a second ago.
Huh? Isn't that bizarre? In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi-san in this room?
Perhaps they threw this stake through the crack in the door.
Hideyoshi-san's bed is in a totally blind spot from this crack. You couldn't even kill him with a gun. This really is strange. It's a locked room murder.
A locked room murder?
It's a bit too early to be sure about that. Maybe the culprit removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it. Or maybe you can close the shutters from outside.
The shutters. They didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked.
And on that note, I am going to BRB for dinner. We will be back very shortly. Stay and ruminate on this locked room murder, and wonder how the hell Natsuhi's gonna get out of it. BRB.
You're in tune to the new cyber sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Chat, I am not back. I'm not going to be back for a little bit still. I haven't even gotten my food. I'm about to grab it. But I need you to know. They got moonshine. I I cannot possibly see how this is going to go well for them. Anyway, be back soon.
Yeah, check. You're in tune to the D-Cypher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, sorry, chat. I literally just got food, so I will be eating for a moment. But I promise we will be back soon. They had to show me the strange things that they got, and who knows? Maybe I will partake in a little bit of it in a while. We'll see. But anyway, food time. Alright, chap. I'm back. And I have a deal for you. Excuse me. Hold on. Alright. Before the end of stream, if we get $100 more in super chats, and this doesn't have to be all from one person, it can be spread out between multiple people. If we get $100 more in super chats before the stream ends, at the end of art, I will have a little bit of that moonshine. Not promising a lot, but I'll have a little. I'll torture myself for the internet. On the stream. So, you have, from now until then, chop chop. Alrighty. It'll be fine. I'm like I said, only a little. I am not taking a lot of that shit. No. Only a tiny bit. Alright, Bailey with the 10. We're a tenth of the way there. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Anyway, let's continue. That's 15.
Erica.
It was no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erica had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. She had heard that a crime had occurred in this room, seen everyone rushing toward it, and taken the opposite approach by circling around to the outer wall. That's 25 thanks to David J. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutters were down on the windows, that you couldn't do anything with them from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
I assume the inside of the room is perfectly cliché.
That was uncalled for.
30. Oh wait. In pounds, how much is that? I'm just gonna count that as. So like we're at like 40. Arahabaki Gaming. I'm really happy chat loves Dlanor. She's a silly goofy. Watching chat play around in episode 5 is very entertaining and fun. Thank you for the streams, Marcy. Also enjoy your moonshine, haha, and 10 more. Thanks. So yeah, let's count that as about 40.
You have my deepest condolences. So, what is the state of the room?
The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered.
And all the windows have their shutters down. There's locked tight from the inside.
What are they bickering about in there?
Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently, she wanted to carry the body to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they could leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came.
What happened to the other corpses when we did that? The culprit carried them off somewhere. It may be that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the bodies as well. So no way. No way we're leaving my husband all alone here.
Ava did have a point. After all, the prior victims were all carried away after we were shown their terrible and fatal wounds.
Erica-chan, you'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide?
Do as you wish. All I'm interested in is the fact that a locked room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo-san's study. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please.
Battler looked at her with an expression of clear disgust, but it rolled off her like water off a duck's back.
Well, you can take the corpse away now. I don't mind. Or am I in the way?
Erica backed away from the door to open a path. There was no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed at the thought of this locked room murder that had appeared. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi's body up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph started to carry him out. The sheets quickly turned red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the body.
Hey, out of the way.
Yes, I am out of the way.
Let's carry him to the parlor. Yes.
Honey. Honey.
Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated.
The culprit probably got a master key when he attacked Genji-san. It's clear that locking up will no longer keep us safe.
But even the chain was set. How did they do it?
It's impossible. The shutters and the chain were firmly set. Even with the master key, it's impossible to force your way into that room.
It must have been Beatrice-sama's doing. Oh.
There's no way Beatrice-sama did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ritual.
As if we could understand her reasons. This is impossible for anyone except a witch.
Impossible for anyone except a witch, you said. Good. That has a nice ring to it.
Erika-chan, are you listening? We've decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi-san's body to the parlor. Can you hold off on playing detective until we get there? When she heard the words playing detective, Erika grimaced visibly. Then, after everyone had filed out, she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned the scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing her mental photographs of the crime scene, and enjoy playing the part of the armchair detective. Then, suddenly, her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. A closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind.
Let's go, Miss Detective. Didn't they teach you to stick with the group on school field trips?
Well, wherever I go traveling, someone always dies.
Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Move it!
Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat that covered my cheeks might be noticed, was finally over. I slowly opened the closet door with hands that still couldn't stop trembling and dashed out into the hallway. It's all right. No one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. That's right. I have to go back quickly. A new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. And they'll probably do it immediately after they carry Hideyoshi-san's body back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't even know whether I should sprint back noisily to save every second I can, sneak back with hushed footsteps, or walk around normally as though I don't even know what has happened. The one thing that I'm certain of is that I have to avoid bumping into them on their way back to the parlor. I have to get to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. I pass through the hall, to the lobby. Once I've ascended the main staircase in the lobby, I'll be almost there. I can't remember who this is. Natsuhi-san. Just as she was about to go up the... Oh, okay, I see. It's Erika. Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuhi heard Erika call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped.
I was just about to go tell you.
Thank you very much. Did something happen?
Natsuhi-san, were you just going up the stairs? Your room is upstairs, isn't it?
Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuhi cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a worrier, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it.
Oh, of course. That is quite common, isn't it? It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their ability to remember things.
Erika was clearly making fun of her, and Natsuhi might have put on an annoyed expression under normal circumstances. However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit this was nothing out of the ordinary. Why are you by yourself, Erika-san?
I thought I might examine the guest room.
Guest room?
Yes. Things have gotten pretty serious, haven't they? And investigating the scene of the crime is my right.
Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell. Erika was already suspicious of Natsuhi. Judging by the subtle nuances of her words, this was almost certainly an attempt to make Natsuhi slip up and reveal that she knew about the Hideyoshi murder that she hadn't yet been told about. Natsuhi played dumb and asked again what had happened.
Is something wrong? No, I was just thinking. This is just a repeat of the first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again, you were in your room. And again, you can't prove your alibi, can you? I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room? Oh, an interesting response. Then let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my lock. Please get started without me. Hideyoshi-san has been killed. We'll be talking about that. What? What?
She had planned on escaping to her own room using her lock as an excuse, claiming to have a sudden headache and staying in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to say that she could wait and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion after being seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone stared at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected her. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling locked room murder and frame her for it.
But I couldn't disobey. I couldn't sacrifice my husband's life. And while it's true that I was hiding in the closet, that was all. I haven't committed murder. I might fall under enormous suspicion, but I'm still not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure it until then. I'm sure one of the servants is feeding information to the culprit. Even in a situation like this, if I talk about my husband being a hostage, the culprit will hear, and it might be used as an excuse to kill him. Natsuhi-san has just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all.
Something very important.
Yes, it's very important. Here in front of you all, I would like to set out the facts of everything that's happened, from the first crime to the last. Then you can leave me out of it, if you please. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested. I have something very important to say once I've cleared everything up. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse. What?
Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to.
Oh, sorry. Could you close that door for me? Yes.
Shannon and Canon closed the door. Since they had just now decided to lock all doors and windows carefully, Canon locked it as well. The lock which existed to protect the safety of this room felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi, one that would hold her there and prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed that ever since Erika had left into the corridor to go check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In short, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly...
Checkmate.
Erika said that suddenly. Bernkastel said that suddenly.
Oh, fast. Wow, so you figured out the culprit already? We've barely gotten to any of the crimes, you know. You could have let me kill a few more and gathered all kinds of clues.
All right, Lambda. Gather all of the pieces. Now we're getting to the most entertaining part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest.
We'll see about that. Why don't you show me what you got?
To think that she'd lay down the challenge without waiting for the game to be over at midnight. What a hasty person, that Lady Bernkastel.
It's quite an early challenge. To think she already feels she can win at this stage. Claiming a witch exists is normally all you need to do to win. But with Natsuhi and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight'll be a pain.
I welcome a troublesome fight. I won't let them do as they please with my Golden Island anymore. I shall meet your challenge, Lady Bernkastel. Frudo, Erika!
In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time when Battler had joined in on the 5th game, and control of his piece would be passed on to him. In other words, only now, in this final stage of the game when Bernkastel had pinpointed the culprit, was Battler finally going to be allowed to participate. He had left the Arbor a short while ago for that reason. Now, the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea. Not even putting the cup to her lips, Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see.
At least in terms of mere culprit guessing games, I think we can say that Battler-kun has gained the strength to never again surrender. You gave him every message he needs by the end of the 4th game. That is to say, Battler-kun possesses all the tools to reach the truth at any moment. However, he has a weak side. Because of that, even if the game goes on to repeat 100 times, he will never solve that. He'll just wander forever like someone trying to find the blue bird.
And that, Beatrice, goes for you as well.
Even if you play this game hundreds more times, you will never arrive at the answer you seek. Bernkastel will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now, to bring an end to Battler's weak side, to bring an end to your hesitation. And that is why you called the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between the two of you. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but either result will now be one filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now.
Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore like a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake.
Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay there, neither alive nor dead, not ascending to heaven, nor descending to hell, there in a daze, on the peak of Mount Purgatory? I am Virgilia. I have guided him through Purgatory and brought him to you at its peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or embrace him and fall into hell. Did you know that the tribulations of Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, are sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the denizens of Purgatory have hope, a hope of possibly reaching heaven, a hope that cannot be abandoned, and that tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than the single pin known as hope. Leap from the cliff of Purgatory. Cast open Pandora's box and cast aside your fleeting, fragile, foolish hope and all the longing it brings. You're afraid, aren't you, of opening the box?
Beato was silent, but with a single tear, she nodded slightly.
Is the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, hold a funeral for it quickly and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, feed it quickly and give it all of your affection. Whether it is alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. Those two have brought you the key to the box that you were too afraid to open. Beatrice, the time has come for you to die. I hope that your heart will be stopped by the hand of the person that you desire.
all of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling, white stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange.
Pieces, are you all gathered?
All present, ma'am.
Good work. What a spectacle. I wonder just how many people there are here.
No matter how many we see, every being outside the 18 is an illusion. Making you acknowledge them is what my game is all about.
The three witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the Game Master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Bernkastel and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully.
Great Lady Lambda Delta, I thank you for granting my request for an assembly. And Great Lady Bernkastel, my master, you can expect great things from this assembly. Though it may be only for a short while, I will most certainly make you forget about the poison that torments you.
Yes, great things are what I expect, because you are my double, and my peace. Erica and Bernkastel exchanged nasty smiles that would make anyone want to avert their gaze.
Hear me, witches, humans. I hereby announce the assembly of a witches' coven. The Court of Illusions is now in session.
The ruler of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken inside such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower.
Your lives and roles within this game are over. The 5th game is hereby closed, and the midnight answer session shall begin. I'd love to get started right away, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? Since there's so many of us here. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new ruler of this game.
Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's witch illusions. I am the Endless Witch Beatrice. My goals are to assert my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. Battler-sama, you come next in rank. I'm a Shiramiya battler. I'm fighting Beatos. No. I'm fighting the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. This means that at the time the Coven commenced, you were not yet a participant. Do I need to explain further? I get it. You mean I don't have the right to speak for the time being, right? Thank you for understanding.
Even though Battler held a rank second only to the witches, he sat on the foremost pew with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony.
You could simply have said that you were my arch enemy.
Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy.
Let's take this game back. It belongs to us.
Yeah. I almost said that I wasn't fighting Beato's witch illusions. Originally, Beato was my one and only enemy. But now, Erica and those witches who started tampering with Beato's tail are my enemies as well. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing that I won't have the right to speak for a while. I'll keep a cool head and calmly watch everything unfold.
I am the detective and the initiator of this coven, Furudo Erica. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and bring this tale to a pleasing conclusion.
Erica greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again.
I'm looking forward to your performance too. Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order and make it quick.
Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you.
Urged by 45 to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up.
I am Ushiramiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere on Rokenja. Ushiramiya Kraus. I've been captured and am currently being confined somewhere.
I'm Ushiramiya Ava. I'm alive.
I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushiramiya too, so let's just skip the family name.
I'm Ushira... Rosa. I was killed on the first twilight.
June Pop 45 with the $5. I bring Apollo. He looks demon enough. Yeah. Yeah, those two little strands of hair. I'll do it for him. Also, that's, what, 55? Or no, 45, right? 45.
Jessica. Same here. Dead on the first twilight.
I'm George. Likewise, I died on the first twilight.
Maria, I died, but look, I'm here talking. See? Dying isn't a big deal, right?
I'm Ushiramiya Natsuhi. I am alive.
Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago.
Alright, Baki Gaming with the 5. It's actually 50. Alright, you guys are halfway there.
Kyrie. I'm still alive.
Nanjo. I'm also hanging in there. My name is Genji. I died on the first twilight.
I'm Shannon. I'm still alive.
I'm Canon. I'm also alive.
I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
I'm Kumasawa. I'm pleased to meet you.
Now on to the witches. Everyone introduce yourselves.
Virgilia's group could also be seen. There was a second balcony different from the one Beato's group was on, which jutted out like raised audience seating. There, they sat there, looking down as though they were at a theater.
My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's master in magic. I'm Gap. Making corpses disappear is my job.
Ronabe. I'm charged with making the tea.
I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second twilight. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here! Let us then have Lady Erica's furniture introduce themselves. Gertrude. I am an assistant inquisitor. Cornelia. I am an assistant inquisitor.
The two of them could also be seen on the second floor balcony. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Then, Glanor, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place.
Glanor Enox is my name. I am Lady Erica's primary assistant. Battler, I am expecting a lot of you. Please do not disappoint me.
Let's just both give it all we've got.
Most of the time, there will be no need for Dlanor to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Dlanor pass judgment on them. The miracle in this study will not occur again.
Daniel Spann with the 10 pounds. I'm starting to realize just how tricky this would be to turn into a stage play. Yeah, that's why I wonder if they'll really continue past episode 4, because I know they were talking about probably not doing that. And that brings us up to 60. 60.
And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this coven.
Hello, everyone.
Nya.
This ends the introduction of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here.
The number of characters was 38 if you only took the 5th game into account. But if you added all the pieces who appeared in previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. This mysterious game, which had so often been likened to chess, now had far more pieces than a chessboard.
Good. Then I guess we'll get started. Initiator, please begin. Oh, excuse me, you. The goat, right over there. Refill my drink.
And some popcorn for me.
Oh, that's right. It was you who decided that popcorn was the only proper accompaniment to demonic theater, after all.
Yeah, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso?
Erica, begin. I'm already starting to get bored.
Yes, my master, leave it to me. Order, silence!
At the sound of her voice, the Chiester sisters' troops straightened up, lifted up their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, which instantly erased all chatter in the cathedral, and turned their eyes and expressions even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erica walked out into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendee appeared from behind a pillar, and carried a single plain chair out onto the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair.
I, Furudo Erica, will make an accusation. The murderer of the 5th game is... Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit.
Erica pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi wax doll alone twitched and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic.
Chiester sisters, please take the defendant to her chair.
Understood.
Wait! What are you doing? Let go of me!
45 and 410 pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chiester sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models.
I, Furudo Erica, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
Beato, of course you'll be defending her, right?
Naturally.
I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furudo Erica, I accept your challenge. I shall take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master, and tear them apart.
Beatrice!
Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head with the one-winged eagle engraved into your heart. Do not fear a crime that you have not committed.
At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight.
That's true. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenger who would dare blaspheme the name of Ushiromiya.
How can you make such an empty boast in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment.
Silvern, make your claims.
I, Bernkastel, claim that a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of the game.
And you too, Beato, okay?
I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit.
Bernkastel, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes.
Do you hear this, witches? Humans? 2 claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit the human Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or is the culprit the witch Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth of the 5th game will disappear into darkness. If Erica wins, the witch illusion will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle where losing is not an option. Are you prepared?
And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This is what I've been craving all along.
If Erica were to win, the witch illusion would be destroyed. That would mean the existence of the witch would be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life-or-death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and broken through the witch illusion in any of the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erica's the only one with nothing to lose if she fails.
I wouldn't be so certain of that. Lady Bernkastel is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine that she'd give any warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform as she had hoped.
It was inconceivable that the ruthless Bernkastel would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erica was probably fighting for her life just the same. The 2 claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and one would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches.
Okay, no problems. Now begin.
In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct?
It really was simple. Everyone except Natsuhi was in the parlor, and because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate.
I'm telling you, you're mistaken. It may be true that I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit.
I understand that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait. The scene of the murder was a locked room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic. I'll explain the locked room trick, the how-done-it, later. We're starting with the who-done-it for the time being. So, for the reason I just mentioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san for the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
My lady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this.
I agree. It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. If they use a repetition request to check her location, we'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the ruler of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon were to pass and the police were to come and perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit would be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi lifted. However, the police would never arrive at this closed-off Rokenjima. In other words, the real truth would never be revealed. Inside a cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts have exactly the same value as the truth.
Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsui-sama is the culprit, before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements.
It's not good at all to proceed while under the Game Master's suspicion. We should take the initiative.
Indeed. Lady Lambda Delta. As you're well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and we're skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder, and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course.
Objection. Chronological order has no significance to the process of building a case against the culprit.
Objection. Furudo Erika is trying to manipulate perception in her favor by mixing up the chronological sequence.
I don't like it when things get all muddled either. I accept Beato's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second.
I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. Now I understand. This is how the tales of Rokenjima are created. After being guided by Virgilia and meeting Beatrice, now I stand here, at this peak from which I can see everything below me, and I finally understand the truth of this world. This is that thing you talked to me about before.
Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place.
As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the Braun Tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
Then I will follow Lady Lambda Delta's orders and start from the first crime at the first Twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi-san left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
The culprit is Ushiramiya Natsuhi. This is because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi.
Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit.
The culprit cannot be definitively said to be Natsuhi, as long as there are other people without alibis. Natsuhi was the only one without an alibi between midnight and 1. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, that cannot be said for certain as long as the following possibilities exist. Is it not possible that Battler in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Goda in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Kumasawa in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Genji in the mansion committed the crime? Kraus, other people in the mansion besides Natsuhi committed the crime? Is it not possible that George and the others were actually just playing dead? What if the second floor was reachable without going past Erica in the lounge? What if the crime was committed before midnight? What if the crime was committed after 3? What if the crime was committed outside the interval of midnight to 1? And what if someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3?
True. If Erica wants to claim that Natsuhi is suspicious, she should first show that everyone besides Natsuhi has an alibi. Right, Burn?
Yes, of course. Erica will provide a complete explanation that covers everyone.
The culprit is Ushiramiya Natsuhi. As we will prove, everyone else has an alibi.
Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. The inclination here is to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, yes? Yes? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were in the guest house. Isn't that right, you two?
She turned to face the direction where those two people were seated, and just those two wax models came back to life. When they weren't allowed to speak, they probably weren't even granted a soul. In that case, it would have been much better if Natsuhi's soul could simply have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time, and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erica's question.
Yes, that's correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room.
Well, look at my age. Staying up the night would be a heavy burden, so I returned to the servants' quarters in the guest house, and went to bed right away on my own. Yes, you'd better believe I did.
Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have enough time to go to the cousin's room and commit murder.
Nonsense! Why would we do something like that?
That's right, that's right. How could we ever kill another person?
The culprit cannot be definitively said to be Natsuhi. After all, is it not possible that Kumasawa in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Goda in the guest house committed the crime?
Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis.
Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of those two are murderers. Firstly, Kumasawa-san, following dinner, she left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the servants' quarters, and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder.
So we're finally here. I see that it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is already over, Erica. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much.
Beato glanced at where Dlanor sat on the second floor balcony. However, Dlanor just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes.
Repetition requested. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. Decline repetition. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer. Ha! Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. Is it acceptable for them to claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof?
Good point. What do you say, Vern? Erica? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis?
Stay out of this, Erica. My opponent is Dlanor over there. A mere human like you's not fit to argue with a witch.
No. There's no need for Dlanor to step forward. In fact, it's precisely this mere human defeating a witch that will end the spell for the witch that will spell the end for the witch illusion. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for you.
In response to Erica's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony.
Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin's room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can eliminate that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit.
Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped, and the battle had begun. A human like Erica can't use any red. How could she turn this around without calling Glenor?
Though Erica cannot use it, her master, Lady Bernkastel, can. We mustn't let our guards down.
Blue truth valid. What do you do, Vern? Will you or Glenor step in instead?
It's still not my turn. And it is not Lady Bernkastel's turn either.
Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Furudo Erica will defeat you, Beato. Because you'll be defeated by a human. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman illusion.
If you really can do that, it'll be seriously interesting. Okay, Erica, let's see what you got.
I will begin with Kumasawa-san. It's extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, stand. Yes? Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the servants' quarters?
No, I was sound asleep until morning. I really was.
The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Ava-san. She told me something very interesting, and I tested it out for myself.
What are you talking about? You don't mean.
That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in the study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame.
Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to the servants' quarters where Kumasawa-san was sleeping?
Erica was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that.
After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime.
Older child with the 10, we've gone full ace attorney, huh? Yes, we certainly have. That's, what, 70 now? Is it 70 or 75? Somebody in the chat, let me know.
I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost.
Erica held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the servants' quarters, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's quarters, where I confirmed that the seal was still intact. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi.
Kumasawa has an alibi. Good. A wonderful alibi. Absolutely airtight. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erica, went to the servants' quarters to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erica had shown was elevated by Bernkastel and became red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed.
Ho ho! Then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. The seal was intact at that time, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was upstairs. So I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up.
Erica's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m., and Erica can testify to his alibi from then until 3 a.m. because she was passing the time in the lounge with him, and after that point he never set foot upstairs until the morning after. Erica can attest to this as well. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Goda has an alibi.
Red truth valid. Well done, Erica. The alibis due to your seals on those doors have been acknowledged by Vern and elevated to the status of red truth.
Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective, a being greater than humans who can invoke the red truth despite her humanity.
Care Baron Ross with the 10. Enjoy the moonshine. It will surely hit you as hard as the duct tape disaster of October 6, 1986. Make sure you drink exactly as much as a rat could to truly experience Erica's absolute manic nature. My god. Okay, so I guess that's 80. We'll see how this goes.
You claim to be greater than human? You conceited brat! Live another 1,000 years and then you can talk! It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the state of the guest house at midnight. The gold has been found, an emergency family conference called, and Battler-san had gone to the mansion with the relatives. I, the 3 cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san remained in the guest house. I've already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousins' room. I actually joined in for a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at that time. My master, I request that you repeat this.
Yes, I'll oblige you. At 24 hours in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive, and they were in the second-floor cousins' room. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji. These 5 really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that? No murder occurred before midnight. We guarantee that George's group is dead. God, this track slaps so fucking hard. Episode 5's OST is insane.
Thank you for repeating, my master. I had to make these things clear, you see, or I might have started hearing about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibi. Or that they weren't actually dead at all.
Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had now been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erica's alibis.
Got it. That's the last time the victims were ever confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd have said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight.
To go even further, at midnight, Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. Confirmation that at midnight, those said to be inside the mansion were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum. It has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1 o'clock, excluding Natsuki.
That isn't something that Erica observed, but we can't move the game forward without establishing it. Okay, I'll acknowledge that as red truth.
Thank you very much for the red truth, my master.
Since Erica had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beata would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that all the people in the dining hall had agreed to keep to the same story, and that someone might have snuck out of the dining hall and committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red truth, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back.
Damn you.
Very troublesome. To think that we would be put at such a disadvantage.
This is almost the exact opposite of Riche's fight with Battler.
In fact, the situation might even be worse than it was back then.
At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights.
However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the Game Master. The Beato who fought against me was the Game Master, so she knew all the truth.
That's why she was able to use the Red Truth at will. However, the current Beato isn't the Game Master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erica may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Bernkastel. Even though she isn't the Game Master, she's capable of elevating Erica's statements to become Red Truth. Because of this, Erica can use the Red Truth even though she's neither a witch nor the Game Master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth or red she can use, and yet the detective, Erica, can use the Red Truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. You could probably say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my repetition requests, but in the beginning she responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Bernkastel is different. She fully understands the rules of this game and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And all of this made me realize Beato was going easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other.
This has become quite an interesting fight. I see. So I must fight from the position Battler once stood in.
Beato.
I once insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yep. Let's switch to a different approach.
The next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house.
Nanjo was in the lounge with Erica, if I'm not mistaken. But the time periods before and after that should be wide open. That's right. I'll strike there. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the downstairs lounge of the guest house with Erica and Goda, correct?
Is it not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime? Sorry.
Yes. I was with Erica-san the whole time.
And during what time was this?
From 1 to 3 a.m.
Yes, that's right. Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repetition requested, my master.
I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the trio of Erica, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house.
Though she had flat out refused Beato's repetition request, she responded to Erica's immediately. The Red Truth was starting to corner Beato. Beato grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the Blue Truth. No, she really was in pain. As alibis were steadily established for everyone other than Natsuhi, the witch illusion was also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain.
Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too.
That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erica from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., but what about before and after that? Well, Erica?
Of course. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
That's right. At midnight, I met Erica-san as she was coming down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I've found a kindred spirit.
When I went to the archive to solve the epitaph's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. So I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the archive and were talking the whole time, constantly, until we moved to the lounge.
The archive in the guest house had enough books in it that you might even call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for both Erica and Nanjo. On that occasion, Erica had again borrowed the key to the archive from Goda in the servant room. She added that she had rechecked the seal at that point, and of course reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
I see. So from midnight until 3 a.m., when you went to bed, you were with Nanjo the whole time? That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock-solid of them all.
Yes, that is indeed the case. Repetition requested, my master.
I'll respond. After midnight, Erica was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m.
At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred, so this establishes an alibi for the period before the time he spent in the lounge.
After that, we walked out of the archive and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest.
Kitty, did they not say Erika has no bearing on this or any of the previous games? Yep, that's what they said. Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there.
Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler-san returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Battler-san, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was resolved.
Well, Resurrect, when they say no bearing, that, like, they're not saying that she has no involvement with the plot in this episode necessarily, but, like, they're saying that she has no bearing in terms of, like, she was not directly involved with the murders. But yeah, she was not present for games 1 through 4. So, obviously, yeah, she has no bearing on any of that stuff.
I flew out of my room the moment Battler-san screamed, and I confirmed that the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 a.m. and after 3 a.m.
Nanjo has an alibi.
Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m., and he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning.
Using the seal she had placed on the doors, Erika was granted red truths from Bernkastel one after another. When I gave Beato a repetition request, it was about maneuvering and tactics. But it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card which can make red all she wants.
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. No problems, I assume?
I do have a problem, and that problem is,
Beato racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issues with. Beato kept thinking, hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking.
I'm overruling you, Beato. I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. The alibis for all the humans in the guest house have now been proven.
Hold it, Erika. You're gonna leave me out of this? I'm pretty sure Oshiramiya Battler also had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. There's no way I'll let you carry on this discussion while ignoring me.
At that moment, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip.
Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned.
Ow! Damn it!
Yeah, I understand, Battler. And my apologies. Forgive me. Erika! You still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who is sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under the greatest suspicion of all?
Is it not possible that Battler in the guest house committed the crime?
Beato's right. You can't go skipping Battler like that.
My apologies. I had completely forgotten about him.
After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went upstairs with him. And I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin's room at midnight, but I don't think you were there after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Of course, if you tell me you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin's room, I might just be willing to accept your proof.
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that?
What?
I, Furudo Erica, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m., that he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream. Nothing happened in that room. So you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning.
That's insane. Even with those seals you love so much, it shouldn't be possible for you to prove that. How can you prove this?
It's a load of crap. I entered that room alone, and Erica must have gone into her own room as well. How can she say something like that, as though she saw the whole thing?
She never said that she saw it. The room Erica was assigned to, where was it located?
Erica, tell me please. How can you prove so much about Battler?
I'd expect no less from a true detective.
My room was right next to the cousin's room. There was only a single thin wall between them.
You don't mean...
Care Bear and Ross with the $2. She really is if Detective Conan was a yandere, TBH. Yeah?
You put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin's room?
Yes, my ears are perfect. Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and listened carefully to make sure nothing out of the ordinary occurred.
You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean.
Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink.
Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she silenced her breathing in a pitch-black room. Bailey with the $5, completely normal behavior. Yeah. Clinging to the wall shared with the cousin's room, like some kind of creepy, venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Bernkastel alone was grinning in triumph. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight.
Yes.
Older child, does Minami Takayama do any voices for this game? I don't think so. I don't think that Conan's voice actress did anything for Umineko.
Yes. So just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
Erica has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for Battler to kill George and the others and slit their throats without Erica hearing it. It is impossible for Battler to have committed the crime.
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushirimiya Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in that room.
In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. The red from the two of them forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. The red truth that they had spoken not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant that the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m., and since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3 o'clock. That also automatically provided a guaranteed alibi for everyone who wasn't in the guest house before 3 a.m. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 o'clock.
That one hurts. A lot.
After midnight, Erica was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion.
It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others. But now all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3 a.m. And she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m. And we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it.
The people who were in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 o'clock. What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 o'clock? In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human could have committed the crime.
Still, that's a tall order. Until 3 a.m., Erica was in the lounge, and you have to pass through there to get upstairs. In other words, she's practically like a sentry for the upstairs floor of the guest house.
That is an unimaginative suggestion. But if it was possible to reach the upper floor without Erica noticing, we would probably be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone.
It's probably possible for a human to climb up to the second-story windows if they really wanted to.
What if the second floor was reachable without going past Erica in the lounge? Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way, and Bernkastel must have thought this as well.
Battler, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all of these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion?
As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house, and to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it.
And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. If this is the case, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it.
Beato finally struck back. Before now, she had let Erica take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one.
Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I can't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first I must prove that my lookout was perfect. Firstly, because of how the guest house is constructed, it is impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under cover, and neither are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master, I request you repeat.
It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building.
Good, my master. So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really does pose a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. We also can't be certain that crawling up the rain gutter would be impossible. But I can't let you do that.
Oh, you won't let me? And how is that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that, could you? You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window.
That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry from the second floor.
Prevent entry?
I had already foreseen this move. Frightening, and so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the only method of entry from the second floor is the windows. The locks? They don't matter at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were even opened even once.
After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest.
Don't tell me. You used that seal of yours on all of the windows of the guest house? In that weather? Dressed like that?
Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
She's insane. At a house where she was welcomed as a guest, before anything had happened at all, she went out, in all that rain, and did something like that?
For a normal human, it would certainly be an impossibly dubious action. However, she is the witch's piece. In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all of the windows from the outside, to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the walls herself, and did that to all of the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things which could have possibly permitted entry. After hearing that she'd listened to the cousin's room all night long without sleeping a wink, even this bizarre behavior didn't quite seem so impossible. That had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A repulsive, venomous spider crawling eerily over the outer walls of the guest house in the middle of a storm.
Just what do you think of the House of Ushiromiya? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest? To the detective, the Ushiromiya house is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the lay of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we know that someone will die wherever we spend the night.
Furthermore, at the moment the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erica wasn't the first one to reach the cousin's room when the corpses were discovered. Even without inspecting the corpses, she would be certain of several things thanks to the Red Truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis.
You're perfect, my master. All I did was improve everything to perfection by following your orders.
Well done, Erica. My double, my piece.
What do you think, Lambda?
I'd say this proves that Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis is concerned. There was no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Erica, your seal's perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. And impossible to reach it at all without Erica, who was in the lounge, knowing about it.
Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, Great Lady Beatrice? Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between midnight when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m. when our party in the lounge started. I've already said it, but at midnight I went down to the lounge. Hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the archive until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so engrossed with this discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective.
After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in the mystery discussion and left an opening. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this is an intentional trap. Set in full awareness that only Natsuhi doesn't have an alibi for the hour following midnight.
To put it the other way around, this has the following corollary. The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those who have no alibi between midnight and 1 a.m.
Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. The crime was only possible between midnight and 1 o'clock. Pine and Tree, we're gonna be ending pretty shortly. Like, really shortly. It had been a crime that occurred at a completely unknown point during that long night. But because of the alibis Erica had constructed, that time period had been compressed and restricted to the single hour following midnight. Erica left the cousin's room at midnight. This is the last time we have confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 a.m., it was impossible to reach the cousin's room by any method.
All of this from a mere human?
This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate there won't be many pieces left to suspect.
Damn you, Lady Burncastel. Not bad at all.
Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After this game's repeated 5 times, I have more than enough cards in my hand.
Then let us continue. Let us examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1 a.m. That shouldn't be difficult at all. First, midnight. At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, and all of the others were in the first floor dining hall. This has already been given in red truth by my master.
Yes, that's right. At midnight, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock and a letter with a one-winged seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 a.m. I'll say it with the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m. Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1 o'clock. The time that the crime was possible had been limited to between midnight and 1 o'clock, and it had been guaranteed that the adults in the family conference did not leave the mansion between midnight and 1 o'clock. This gave them all proven alibis.
And how do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals in the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof.
The red truth is simply truth, and there's no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You made that rule. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Canon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have provable alibis were 3 people: Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If alibis were proven for Kraus and Genji, it would prove that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
Let's move on to Genji. He's a victim, but we can't rule out the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin's room and then was killed himself. And furthermore, although he was in the second floor corridor at midnight, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated.
Is it not possible that Genji in the mansion committed the crime?
Which means that it was possible for Genji to commit the crime.
I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the servants' quarters. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it?
Then, at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Yoshiromiya Eva-san. Please rise.
Erica-chan wasn't the only one, you know. I was also certain that something would happen that night.
She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion.
During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji-san's quarters and used the same seal as Erica-chan. In other words, if this wasn't broken, it would mean that no one could have entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning.
The murder of Genji is also restricted to the interval of midnight to 1 a.m.
Now, Kanon-san and Kumasawa-san, Please rise.
Kanon rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? At that time, you noticed the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct?
Yes. I thought that it was some kind of prank.
I didn't think deeply about it at the time.
I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal when you entered the room?
Yes.
With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Kanon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's sleeping quarters, and that seal was broken by Kanon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. Just to save time, I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the sleeping quarters and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time.
This is the all information I discovered by gathering it from the people involved. They are not baseless red truths. They are truths I arrived at through proper reasoning constructed from testimony. And not only testimony, I took fingerprints and performed every kind of forensic test available to me. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure trove of all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of scientific evidence, which is truth in its purest form and infinitely close to the red truth. However, this isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details.
As Erika swaggered about the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study, and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into red truth by Bernkastel. Without going into too much detail, the results she had obtained would be convincing enough even without the red truth. Fingerprint collection with aluminum powder, composition analysis on the mud under people's shoes, various chemical reactions from clinging rainwater. Erika had walked in and out of the study that didn't belong to her several times, using all manner of chemicals however she pleased without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That was the power of the detective's authority.
You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll warn everyone I meet never to welcome in any guest who calls themselves a detective.
I believe that would be wise. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
This is proof that it was only possible to reach Genji's sleeping quarters and commit the crime between midnight and 1 a.m., just as with the murders in the guest house. And furthermore, Erika's investigation also proved that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin's room. It had already been made clear in Red Truth that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji could have gone straight back to the servants' quarters. Now, based on the results of Erika's scientific investigation, they added a further Red Truth. Genji never left the mansion after midnight. This made it clear beyond a doubt that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin's room. Genji has an alibi.
That leaves only Kraus and Natsuhi. All other people have had their alibis proven.
Possible.
Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a goldfish starved of oxygen, and that was an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Yoshirumi and Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband.
Don't be ridiculous! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband?
Beato, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Please don't tell me that you expect to be able to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me. Is it not possible that Kraus in the mansion committed the crime? Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, these alibis of Erika's would still have many places that Beato could argue against using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Bernkastel and Lambda Delta as Red Truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue.
It's like Erica's creating the plotline, and those witches are distorting things so that everything matches up with it.
That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the truth that remains in the end. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth.
There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait, we can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
Do you suspect Natsuhi and Kraus, Batlikin?
Well,
Erika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. She may be colluding with a witch, but it has still been acknowledged as Red Truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built only on lies. This means that even Erika's truth makes sense. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being the culprit is also very possible. It may be a hollow truth, but it is consistent. It's a fiction that holds the same worth as truth. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is for you to decide.
No. I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus. I realize that they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it.
How do you intend to get Natsuhi out of this position, where she's so cornered by Red, which is slowly but surely closing in on her?
I don't know. But I seriously don't want to give up. Aunt Natsuhi's been caught in a cowardly trap, that's all. And Erika's reasoning is all part of it. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the true culprit. Even if Erika has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, and even if everyone else here believes that, that's exactly why I want to be the one person who trusts her.
If everyone assumes it's true, does it become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, does it become the truth? Must the solitary truth teller be dragged to the guillotine by the jeers of liars?
I don't like it. If no one will believe in Aunt Natsuhi, then I will! Real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone thinks something sounds reasonable. It's something you arrive at after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. It's a kangaroo court that exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit.
Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, you know.
Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't going to beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the ruler of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's.
Without violating any of the red truths that Lady Bernkastel has shown, can you weave together a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit?
I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. I don't even care if the culprit for the crime ends up being a witch. That's better than having Aunt Natsuhi be framed by an incorrect truth.
So no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct?
Yeah. For everything, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. I'm sure that there are countless truths in the world that can't be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is.
How can you be sure that there's nothing on the far side of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason you have to believe it? Until you see the far side of the moon with your own eyes, you can't rule out the possibility that nothing is there. And neither can you rule out the possibility of a thriving culture of space bunnies. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is maliciously trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that can't be checked. I once believed there was a society on the far side of the moon, but that was in elementary school and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a society lives on the moon, and I threw away that belief. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the far side of the moon. And I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said that was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence. I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now, everyone is starting to believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, even though not a single piece of decisive proof has been shown. There's no proof, but Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? That's your reason to abandon your belief that Natsuhi is innocent? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe that real truth only surfaces if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much they try to make Aunt Natsuhi out to be the culprit, it's my belief that she isn't, and I'll never give that up.
I understand. Then allow me to grant you a single red truth. The single bit of power I will give you. Now you hold... This is the single bit of power I will give you, now that you hold the will to fight in the truest sense.
Power?
By the name of the finite witch Virgilia. No. As the former witch Beatrice, I grant you this red truth.
Yoshirumi Natsuhi is not the culprit. Plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will cease her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit.
What'll you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon this Yoshirumi family honor thing, Byrne says she'll let you off with a draw. She's really being soft on you, you know.
Kraus was currently missing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he was no different than a cat in a box that had disappeared into the mist of the island. The cat in the box is a creature of infinite variation. No interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the Endless Witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bernkastel were to claim that Kraus was the culprit, she wouldn't be able to make that the sole truth. That is, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory could exist in almost perfect balance. Beato could make the game a draw. Bernkastel was tempting her. She was offering her a second chance if she would abandon the honor of the family she'd sworn to protect, and consent to weaving a fragment that would trample all over that honor. There was no room for false confidence. For Beato, to lose was to die. Unless she could see herself having an overwhelming advantage in this game, the right move had to be to actively pursue a draw.
I will not allow you to call my husband a killer! My husband is the next in line to have the Yoshirumi family headship. One person who will inherit the glory of the Yoshirumi family. I will never allow you to brand him as a criminal!
Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hempel's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit.
And so what if I'm the only one left? I am Yoshirumi Natsuhi! I will not run or hide! I am innocent! And I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart! If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. But none of you can damage my honor with fiction!
With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bernkastel had intended.
Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is singled out, Lambda will deliver her verdict. As soon as that happens, the witch illusion will be denied, and you will vanish into mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish stubbornness drag you down to the depths of hell? Riche, you fought well. Now's the time to withdraw. Convince Natsuhi and try to work out a compromise.
Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bernkastel have bored him, not you, as their true enemy. I imagine that they would like to play this game over again. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly, and move on to the next game.
If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that! Natsuhi's just a piece! Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one!
The same deal does not hold for you, milady. Throughout this game, I believe you've learned the moves that Lady Bernkastel has up her sleeves. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Bernkastel's deal might be your one and only good option right now.
Throw away that useless pride of yours! Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies.
Apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi.
Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I still claim that a witch is responsible. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I can't afford to lose. Truth isn't for anyone to deny. It's something that disappears when you doubt it and abandon it yourself!
Is that your answer, Beato?
Yeah, of course I refuse! Shiramiya Kraus is not the culprit!
Shiramiya Kraus is not the culprit.
There'll be no coming back from this, you know. Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Shiramiya Kraus is not the culprit, and he was killed long ago. Shortly after you heard his voice over the phone, in fact.
No! Darling!
Bernkastel's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was all too merciless. The lack of knowledge of whether Kraus was alive or dead had almost crushed Natsuhi with anxiety, but she had at least been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. With the loss of her daughter and husband, she had now lost everything she had gained since marrying into the Ishiramiya family. No, even after all of this, one thing still remained. If her husband was lost, then right now, she was the last person who could protect the honor of the Ishiramiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor, with her last ounce of strength.
Nope. It's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1 o'clock. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi.
Excluding Natsuhi, everyone in the mansion has an alibi. And the checklist is complete.
Well done, Erica and Bernkastel. You have fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone, except Ushiramiya Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushiramiya Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Let me add something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus.
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Ushiramiya Natsuhi killed Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1 o'clock. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushiramiya Natsuhi. From this point forward, the game will proceed treating the defendant as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it's been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, the Endless Witch, this Court of Illusions hereby denies your existence. You have a chance to plead your case. Can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you show the possibility of someone other than Natsuhi being responsible? If you can just do that, Natsuhi will stop being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi?
Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence. No matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her, I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof.
The truth is known only by the master on this night, of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushiramiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiramiya family. My spirit will not be broken no matter how much you try and humiliate me. Why, you ask? It's because Father gave me permission to engrave the crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How can your evidence and alibis negate the honor and crest engraved into my heart? They cannot. The Ushiramiya crest emblazoned on my heart is immortal.
Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing except bring a cold smile to the Game Master Lambda Delta's face. Erica had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erica's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it had happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of the future, even if that truth is a fiction, as long as everyone acknowledges it to be true.
Hey, remember, guys, remember from the short story stream when that witch hunter Mikami was like, I love my wife. My wife and I would be totally content, dying with each other in our sleep. Nothing bad with our relationship. But if both of us die someday, and then, my descendants decide to go around saying that we had a loveless marriage, people would just believe that. Yeah.
You're all bark and bluster. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and act tough like you do, it's such a buzzkill. So I think I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to crush your bluster once and for all.
What do you mean? Don't. Lady Berncastel, isn't it already going to be overwritten with the truth you desired? Your truth and Natsuhi should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please!
Natsuhi. When did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions. The real Kinzo? Throughout his entire life, not once did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart, and not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest!
When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up.
Natsuhi, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Do not ever forget your pride as the final head of the Ushiramiya family. Natsuhi!
Just shut up and disappear. You putrid delusion. Vomit of Natsuhi's mind.
You can't erase me. You can't erase my soul. But as long as Natsuhi continues to engrave the crest into her heart...
You're lying, illusion. The real Kinzo would never say such a thing. Begone. Your fantasy of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by her to suit her own purposes.
Natsuhi...
Bright red flashes of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then, he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. Yes, the true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once thought about allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Although it doesn't deserve repeating, Kinzo had already passed away before the game began. The Kinzo appearing in this game was nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Everything about this Kinzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was an illusion created by Natsuhi.
Pitiful woman. Now's the time for you to face the truth that you never gained Ushiramiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived.
And that is where we will leave off for today. But stick around, give your theories, while I ready art. Ha-cha-cha. Where is she? Where is she? There she is. And yeah, let me go ahead and put this here. Let me go ahead and get up fan art. You guys keep talking. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to present these slightly out of order because there is a funny punchline. So let me get this up. This. This. Okay, I think that should be all of the fan art for this week. Unless there is anything on the Discord. Is there anybody in there that's doing the Discord? Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Let me count this. Care Bear and Ross with 5. Also want to make it clear for everyone, a seal is just duct tape drawn on with marker to look more Japanese. She is a weeb until death. Yep. And R Habaki Gaming with the 5. 92. I love how Chad is so indifferent to Kinzo's death normally, and this time Kinzo means so much to them. That's the magic of Umineko, and I love it. Yep. Yeah, actually, what amount of money are we at? Is that 90? Or is that 95? $97. Okay. So, Jesus Christ. $3. If somebody does $3, it's fucking over for me. 2 that just came through. And now it's 100. Bailey got it over the threshold. All right. David J with the $3 as well. Moonshine time, baby. All right. Well, you guys keep theorizing for a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and grab that shot real quick. I'll be back. All right, chat. Here's the deal. They wanted to see me do it, but I was like, hey, that would be unfair to chat if I did it, or do a little bit of it without you, them being able to see. So, they came in here. So, I'm opening a soda to fucking chase this immediately.
Marcy, can you tell them what you're drinking this out of?
Wait, hold
Oh,
on.
okay.
I'll get the fucking jar.
Yeah, so this is being drank out of a shot glass that looks like a monkey's head.
It's a monkey skull.
A monkey skull.
You are drinking Crazy Chuck's Moonshiner Purple Jesus.
You're about to get chucked and get fucked.
No. You have to say that to the chat.
What?
I mean, they can hear us.
I mean, yeah, they can hear you right now.
No, I don't care, but you have to sound clip it for Marcy. So just
Moonshiner Crazy Chuck's
Purple Jesus.
Purple Jesus.
It comes in a mason jar.
It does come in a mason jar. Alright, and I told them I'm probably not going to get through this whole shot at first, but I am going to take all of it.
Yeah. Do we need to, like, peer pressure you? Do we need to go, like, go, go,
No,
go,
no, you're fine. You don't have to do that.
Yeah. Oh, that face. A contemplative face.
Okay. Yep, there's the burn.
Yeah, okay, so there's stages to this. At first you're like, oh, this is sort of like a fruit punch sort of
Right,
thing.
yes.
And then it sort of sours, and then it's nothing but pure burn.
Oh, yeah.
$100 moonshine.
Let's go.
The burn?
Oh, God. Yep.
Yeah, and then it stays in your throat for a long while.
Well, I'm not even, like...
You took, like, a sippy.
Yeah, like, I'm not even, I'm, like, a quarter of a way through this shot.
No, you gotta just...
You really do, you just have to gulp it. That's the only way you can do it.
Go fuck yourselves. I'll do whatever I want.
It's going to be so much worse if you just sip it. You're giving yourself more opportunities for it to burn.
Alright, fuckers.
Chat, you are welcome for the very interesting stream coming up.
Now you know.
No, the stream's almost over.
Now you know what we do on a near weekly basis at this house.
Weekly basis.
I don't give them bad ideas about what we do.
We are
Marcy, you stream Umineko every Friday.
Okay,
Everything
that's a good
you do
point.
is a bad idea.
That's a good point.
We're emotionally
nice to her.
stable. We're fiscally responsible. We're mature adults here. Right, Austin?
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
Right, Austin?
You guys bought monkey shot glasses.
I don't
want
to.
Alright, you guys leave. Okay. I will be back out in, like, up to, like, at most, like, 15 minutes.
Alright, bye chat. See you in the next video.
Oh my god.
Very flattering. Alright. Let's scroll back and read some of your theories. Alright. Let's see. Oh, Daniel also gave £5. I'll pierce this cat box with my mint green truth. Very nice. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. But, jeez. So Battler got promised that if he won, he'd leave with his family and Anjay wouldn't be alone anymore. But if magic isn't real, then wouldn't he just die forever? Wouldn't he need magic to come back? I don't know. We'll see. Pining Tree. So, my theory. We never actually confirmed the alibis of George, Jesse, Maria, and Rosa. Okay. That's a fair point. But do you, like, as a follow-up question, do you think that they, like, faked their deaths and then died at some other later point? Or do you think that they, like, literally just killed themselves? Like, all at the same time, we're just like, alright, it's over. June... Chat's truth color's green, I love that. Let's see. Could have been, but not likely to be any other servants. It's implied the... Oh, okay. Assuming these murders were small bombs in everyone's necks, of course. Yeah, of course, of course. Daniel, the theory that Sayo was aiding the culprit parses, but the possibility exists that she told someone else casually. It's also possible multiple cards were set up in Natsuhi's room with different, seasons written on them. Okay, yeah, so you're talking about the season thing. That's true. That's, you know, at least until this point, it hasn't been disproven that that is possible. So, you still have some wiggle room on that. Also, I don't think it was stated in red, necessarily, that, you know, Sayo left a card, obviously, but, like, you know, make of that what you will. Timing of the cousin's death is still debatable. Is it? A drink for Natsuhi. I might as well cry if they ever treated me like that. I know, she's being, like, roasted at the fucking stake, dude. It's insane. Lurf, you stopped in for theory hours, but you missed me being peer pressured to drink moonshine. Hope your trip is going well, though, if you're not back from it yet. I don't know if you are. Chat, Lurf went to fucking Dante Alighieri's house. Insane. On one hand, the repetition of the scenes we saw an hour or two ago was annoying, but on the other hand, this is Ryukishi. Yep. Is what it is. Gona, the person on the phone is not the baby from 19 years ago, although their gender is unclear, leaving the possibility that anyone could be them. They claim to be Natsuhi's son. However, the baby most likely was a girl, since Kenzo was planning to have them be a Beato replacement. I suspect that someone who knew about the baby is pretending to be it. They assumed that the baby was a boy, because the Yoshirimi is a very much misogynistic family. The heir would likely have been a boy. But Natsuhi also says that the baby was a boy. And Natsuhi was in, like, had the child with her at times. I would imagine that she would know, right? She said that the voice over the phone was unclear, but as far as the baby goes, she was pretty certain that the baby was male. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Dragonite. Just realized the man from 19 years ago doesn't necessarily know Natsumi's favorite season. They could have just hidden 4 different corresponding cards in different places in her room. That's... maybe. Possibly. Do you think she would have missed all of them, though? The joke, Ryukishi never repeats himself. No, never. Promises made by a witch, and she performed with magic. Like, I'm probably overthinking this, but the promise just sounds like if he proves magic fake, they'll use it to help him. Okay, this was the part where the horde arrived. Most likely it was a girl, since Kenzo was playing... Oh, wait, I already read that. You can get around the specific season, but you can't get around them being in the room. Oh, man. I'm feeling the alcohol a little bit. That was a very small amount to be feeling it like that. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Ha-cha-cha. Yeah, this is all just moonshine talk. Still a lot of wiggle room between the red truths. No suicides were denied. No traps were denied. Even without those, there's surely a thin line that can be walked with how it was all worded. Yeah, a lot of stuff is word game. Yes! I sure did! As Digimaniac says right there, I challenged them to raise $100. And they did it, so I drank a shot of moonshine. Sure did. Oh boy, oh boy. Even if she only told Shannon that autumn was her favorite season, it is not inconceivable that someone other than Shannon couldn't have known Natsuhi well enough to deduce her favorite season. She did say that she had never told anyone that, though. Like, she says, like, even Kraus wouldn't have known that. $200 next time. I made the mistake of testing chat. That may be true, but chat, one thing that you need to remember too is that, well, if some of you don't know, I guess I will tell you this now. From the, 4th to the, 7th of July, I will actually be gone from where I live because I will be in California going to Anime Expo. And the reason I am going there is because Mr. Ryukishi07 himself, the author of Umineko, will be there, and I'm gonna meet him. It's gonna happen. We will be face to face. even if it is only for a minute or two. So, that's the deal. So, obviously, because of that, I'm having to spend a lot of money on that trip, so any super chats are greatly appreciated between now and the next couple of weeks. Even if she... Yeah, okay, yeah, read that. Seditious. I'm guessing the magic they brought up of making the candy seems more important with the sleight of hand is about Maria getting stuff from Beato. All but Rosa seeing Beato remake the candy could just be Maria noticing it get slipped into her bag and saying Beato did it later. I mean, yes, that's possible. But I would say, like, definitely the importance of that scene is the sentiment that it conveys as well. Like, you can make a theory about that specific event from the things being talked about there, especially because, yeah, it seems to be sort of nodding its head toward that particular scene. But yeah, like, what it is trying to emotionally convey is also extremely important. Rio Chung. I don't know if it's Chango or Chongo. But I find it interesting how Kinzo only exists from a set of perspectives rather than the central truth. The real Kinzo doesn't exist anymore, so we never get to know who he really was. Yeah, it's really, that one is actually very fascinating to me. I am very, like, enamored with the sort of, like, the concept that you never really see Kinzo. Oh, okay, sorry, I missed this middle one. To each person he exists as a chess partner, a cruel and an awful person, a caring father-in-law, and a friend. The reader only knows Kinzo as a set of archetypes rather than a real person. And yeah, like, it's really interesting. Because everybody else, we see at least some real glimpse of them in some way. Kinzo is different, though. Like, really the only glimpses we actually get of Kinzo, the real Kinzo, quote-unquote, are, like Ava's flashbacks. And, like, some other, like, tiny things like that. Like, and he's definitely not depicted in a very good light in that. But, like, it's still all perspective. And it's all certain, like, times that, like, you know, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. The Ultimate Zorlink, you were alone, but I kill you. What am I? An explosion does answer the question. Could be. It could have been small bombs all along. Plus, every episode they mention a strong smell in the mansion, usually explained as Kinzo's burnt corpse, but what if there was a gas leak causing a smell? I really don't want to go everyone went crazy because of a gas leak, and yet... I mean, they might not have necessarily gone crazy because of a gas leak. They could have just fucking exploded because of a gas leak. It's possible. It's possible. My Blue. Even if Natsuhi only told Shannon that autumn was her favorite season, it is not inconceivable that someone other than Shannon could know Natsuhi well enough to deduce her favorite season. Possibly. Possibly. It's a little, like, ambiguous on how you would deduce somebody's favorite season, but I suppose it is possible. Perhaps while Natsuhi only told Shannon about her favorite season, Shannon gossiped similarly to how she does on Battler's horse line. I don't know why, though. Can you believe this idiot? Autumn is her favorite season. What a fucking weirdo. It's just like saying that to Canon in the, like, the servant quarters. He's like, oh my god. What? Autumn? Jesus Christ, dude. The culprit is trying to frame Natsuhi. Killing the kids would get the rest of the adults on edge, and the kids are nicer and least likely to turn on Natsuhi, so off they go. Also an interesting perspective. Moonshine is 80 proof, so I'm not surprised. It's not surprising you were feeling the effects, too. Well, there you go. If we're supposed to have love to see this, does the culprit have some sympathetic reason for the murders? Well, I think that's subjective. Wouldn't you say? Not to get very philosophical here, but what do you constitute as a good reason for murder? not to get demonetized or anything here, but genuinely, like, if you think there is a good reason out there for murder, what do you think that would be? And how would you qualify that? These are the questions that you have to ask yourself whenever you think of stuff like this. So, you know, sit with that for a while. Not to drop a big bomb on you all of a sudden and get you staring out into the stars, but I don't know. Rap had is so cursed. Autumn is based. I suppose it's more like you can't assume a culprit without understanding their motive. Like, Natsume here. Is there any way Natsume would kill Jessica or Kraus? Love doesn't imply that you agree or even find their reasons reasonable, but understand the state of mind of the person. Absolutely. Definitely. 100%. I don't know about good reason, however, understandable reason I can get behind. Okay, fair. And I mean, like, everybody will have a different sort of response to that sort of thing. And it says a lot about, you know, who you are as a person, I guess. But, you know, yeah, I'm not trying to, like, make a call on, like, what is the right answer to this question. I'm holding a gun to your head or anything like that. It's just, you know, I just think it's an interesting thing to think about. That's all. Normal Gay Bro. This isn't even a theory, and I know why this took me so long to get, but Erica is a wild as fuck piece, and Bernie was playing with the foresight that a crime would be committed, whereas even if Meta Battler wanted to, he couldn't plan ahead like this, since Peace Battler would never do anything so odd. Bernie and Rika truly are a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, she just went into that game, totally be like, Erica act like a fucking, like, wild, like, the craziest person alive. Alright, I think that's probably good enough for Theory Corner. So, I am gonna cut Theory Corner off here so we can move on to the art and get this stream on over with. So, let me get the fan art window open. It is this window. Right here. Okie doke. So first, we have this from Space Caribou on Twitter. Couldn't figure out what I wanted to draw for stream tonight, so I just decided to draw Goda. And we appreciate that. Goda, our favorite Union man, the guy of all time. Desperately wish I could try his food. But unfortunately, he died before I was born. So we can't do that. Rest in peace, King. Thank you for your service. We have... God. This from Daniel the Spaniel on Tumblr. Umineko, the nice lady who reads to us as OC being gay with Chester 556. Hey folks, consider gay. This is another piece with NezumiVA's Barbados OC. Her lore document mentioned Barbados having a passing fondness for Chester 556, and Marcy mentioned her need to sell people on my stupid OC canon Yuri. So we're doing this. The idea for this piece is that 556 was resurrected in a similar fashion to Sakutaro in the canon story. I'm representing this with the kintsugi repair style being done on the real-life figure of the Rabbit Band member, Rosa Broke. I'm using the manga for reference. I don't know who did it, but you can fill in blanks. I wanted the energy of this piece to be, what if we were damaged in ways that could never truly be healed from, but still found safety and comfort in one another, and we were both girls. This has a few unusual aspects to it, the more doodly front image, the faded image of the two behind them, and the background being just a color, but I think it turned out quite well. Coming up with the design for the real-life Barbados was incredibly fun too, a little bird that needs stitches. Comms open as always, and happy birthday chat. Also happy birthday from me on Sunday. Oh, shit! Happy birthday, Daniel! A couple days early. I'd better see everyone giving me lots of compliments that day. I mandate it. You must, especially because this art is really, really sweet. I like it a lot. Thank you so much. I really like the golden filling and like cracks and stuff like that. It's very cool. Fun fact, actually, there is when you say like you coming up with a real life analog for Barbados, there is actually in my mind, in my brain, in my mind palace, there is a real-life object analog for Barbados within the canon of Umineko. I came up with one. However, unfortunately, I cannot tell you what it is until we get to the end of the series. Oops. Sorry. But the burb is very cute. So, cha-cha-cha. Ah, yes, Lurf remembers. I told Lurf about it. So, this is from A-Pining-Tree on Tumblr, Pesky Rat. Though for real, I love how even when piloted by Burn, Battler does not give two shits about Erica and is able to throw her off. She's like spitting out water. This is the only time that, well, okay, maybe not the only time Erica has suffered so far, but it's definitely one of her bigger suffering moments, and we all appreciate that. I appreciate the soaking wet rat. Thank you so much, Piney Tree. Appreciate it. Speaking of the rat, we have this from Dingo's Trash on Twitter. NezumiVA's Umineko streams continue being amazing. Would highly recommend them if you are interested in Umineko. Even if I cannot catch the streams live, I hope everyone will like this humble offering. And yeah, I love this. I've been like waiting to get to this because I think like the expression work is fucking awesome. The like posing is really good. Everything about this Erica art is just like truly on point. You like captured her energy like 150%. Like you did such a good job with this. I really like this. Fantastic work. We have this also from A-Pining-Tree. I finally finished her design and name along with it. I present to you Chax no Seimei, or Sei for short. She is the current future heir to the Feriduyu clan, a demon clan that specializes in arts of stealth and assassination. While the clan has fallen out of fashion due to the loss of the former leader, Sei's mother, and the development of groups like the Chiester sisters, they have been regaining favor due to the work of the new head, Sei's older brother. Having been trained by both the former and present leader, Seimei is one of the most talented members of the current clan. She lost her right arm long ago in a duel with another demon, but even in loss, she honors the match. The demons of the Feriduyu clan are masters in a style of magic that utilizes the techniques of Kujikiri, killing their targets with 9 alternating strikes. While this enables for precise elimination, the Kujikiri also produces a magical barrier around the victim, protecting their body for tampering. As a result, any assassination is a double-edged sword of red that even the clan members must masterfully maneuver around. Seimei is a quiet type, only really talkative with her older brother. She is one to fulfill her duties quickly and without complaint, as if to finish any task as soon as possible. However, she is still one to work with precision. It is less that she keeps her distance from others, and more that she finds no point with being too sociable with whatever furniture she is made to work with, even fellow clan members. Might try this again sometime, but not gonna lie, I worry I don't know enough about Umineko lore to really make it fit. That is the endless battle to reach peak Chuny, alas. I think you did a fantastic job with this OC lore. I think it's really cool. I really like the like interesting variant on like attack like and magic techniques, and also how that factors into like the risk and reward of the red, and like how you sort of like have to maneuver around that. I like the tying in with the other weapons. I like the relationships between, like, you know, like, her and her brother stuff. Like, that's all very cool. I think people should continue to make more Umineko OCs because it's a really cool idea. And you did a fantastic job with this one. So thank you very much for your submission, and very happy to highlight it. We move on to this from Daniel. 100 goddamn hours of this book game thing. This is scheduled to go up 2 hours and 60 minutes after the stream is scheduled to start, but since the stream usually goes live a few minutes beforehand, reach 100 hours before that. Folks, we are at 100 hours. You could watch this read through for 4 days straight without sleeping and still not be at the end. To celebrate, I did some bonus doodles. First, Mercy and a few peeps who have been really cool in this community we've brought up. Atropos, the epitaph expert, our Habaki Headless Mind with the Witch of Foresight and memes, Junepop, the square moderator, and some cute-looking MB, IDK who they might be. There are also so many more awesome people. Phantom Marigold, Normal Gaybro, Deathbird, Gloomy Squid, Corporal, Digimaniac, Dave, Kitty, Yomie, literally so many more, but I had limited canvas space. I'm sorry. Love this, love this, love this. And second, we have Marcy's wedding to Ava. It was really beautiful. The reception was too. Where everyone who wasn't Hideyoshi and Marcy's actual real-life partner. I chose Ronobe as the officiator because I like that quote about love from his extra innings. I also got to use all the practice that I got from drawing flowers for my piece for that Toho zine, which, by the way, I recommend you check out, which drops July 28th. I've said it before, and I'm sure I'll say it many times before this is done, but thank you, Marcy. This read-through completely revitalized me. I'm so grateful for you introducing me and many others to Umineko. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And hey, don't worry about, I mean, I can't say much for Hideyoshi. I don't know how he feels about this, but don't worry about my partner. You see, Ava has got 2 hands, and I'm sure that we could make something work if I tell them about the cool MILF. Okay, no, I'm not going to continue that statement. But I'm sure they would understand. I'm sure I would be able to convince them. And lastly, but not leastly, we have this from the Death Dash Bird on Tumblr. Hideyoshi was being rowdy during the Marcy Ava wedding, so I stuffed him inside a storage closet and blocked it with rock crates. I'm like a bouncer. Is it probably illegal? Yes, it is. Or is it as funny as hell? Yes. Oh, Hideyoshi, it's okay. We'll figure something out for you, too. Like, I don't... Oh, but George is a stepchild. Yeah, that would be pretty difficult. But, I mean, it depends on when I marry her. She makes it out of the island alive, keep in mind. So, in some ways, maybe I don't even need to worry about Hideyoshi and George. That was terrible to say. Anyway. Alright, I don't think there's anything else, in the Tumblr tag. There's not in the Twitter tag. I don't think there's anything extra on the server. But let me just make sure, just in case. Okay. Yep, no Umineko art to look at. So, that is going to be it for tonight. Thank you so much for joining me once again for this fun Umineko stream. Guys, we're going to be finishing episode 5 next week, and then I will have a break the next week to go to Anime Expo and meet that man myself. I'll be sure to send him your well wishes. And yeah, future's still to come. If we continue at this pace and have a break week between every episode, by the way, we are set to finish Umineko, like my final Umineko stream, my final bonus Umineko stream, on October 4th. Not 1986, but, you know, funny that it worked out that way. Anyway, see ya, everybody, with the conclusion of episode 5 next week. Bye-bye!